Hi guys, sorry, I had to run downstairs real quick and get some water. Well, welcome in. How is everyone? Hello, hello. Hello. There we go. Who's here? Who's here? Nikki, Tori, and Aya. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Oh, I also forgot to do share. I am like so behind. Aya, are you still here? Like available here? Are you here? Can you pin that pretty please? Thank you. Okay. Woo. So last week we beat Elden Ring, which is so fun. Which one am I pinning? The multi-twitch. It's just a couple chats above when you said still here. Thank ya. Okay. There we go. Why does this one feel like it's like... There we go. It's like, it feels like it's like sucked into my ear. Why do I feel like my AC is just not putting in the work today? I just feel like it's not doing the work. Hello, dead lady. Driver being a little cheaty again in Gigi's stream. Oh my gosh. Cheaty. Oh yeah, now he says hello to me. I see how it is. Hi, driver. I know you can't hear me yet, but hi, driver. All right, do I want any of these? I don't want either of those. Wing... Bastard Stars is kind of fun. How can you hear me? Are you in the multi, which you're just typing in Gigi's chat? I was like, you can't hear me. I'm muted. I'm muted on Gigi's stream. I gotcha. I was like, Hello. Hello. Hello.
Let me join. Are you ready for me to
I am ready. Mm-hmm.
No worries, driver. I knew you weren't talking to me. Let's be a wanderer.
Wanderer.
Get wandered.
Gertrude.
Agnes!
Oh, there you are. Hi.
Here I am. I wonder why it spawned me in there. That was kind of weird.
Oh, I was standing in there probably when you joined.
It was like, here, come stand next to your friend.
Yeah, but then I ran away. I was like, I don't need to be in here.
Wow, rude.
I don't need to be in here. Hi, Tori.
Immediately. Hi, Tori. Congrats on the first Beach Dubs.
Okay. So, we are in the DLP.
DLP.
The downloadable content.
The downloadable poops.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we can go anywhere now.
Anywhere?
Anywhere.
Can we go to Italy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Let's go.
Great.
Okay, let's go to the Theater of the Divine Beast and we'll finish doing that little just small section.
delightful.
It's delightful.
Idowee.
Little wee.
Little wee. Idowee.
Widowee. Idowee.
Little wee.
Widowee. Idowee.
Widowee. I don't remember what we were doing.
We're in the DLC.
I knew that. But
We
I don't
just killed this.
what we
Remember,
were
we just killed
doing.
this lion.
That's right, the lion man.
The
man
lion that was men, but not really men, but was lion men.
It wasn't men,
All
but it
men
was
are lion.
men do be lion, though.
Men are lion. Men do be lion, though.
Look at all these rocks. And
I
by
know.
rocks, I mean stones.
Look at this giant door.
Wow.
I'm so strong.
You mean you're lying at... See? Widowee.
Widowee lying.
Thanks for proving our point, driver.
Come on, Ash. Oh, look, a staircase. I have so many runes. Why do I have so many runes? Oh, because I need 30,000 more to level up. Ah, yes, Elden Ring, complete 1010. Hi, Oni. Welcome back again. It's so good to see you again. How are you today?
Hello. Hello, hello. Oh, that's... Forgot that I turned up the sound last night to try to drown out the fireworks. I was like, why is everything so loud in my head?
I can't hear you.
No, I can. I can hear
Tower of Shadow message. The gate of divinity lies in the tower sealed by shadow. That is surely where kind Mikola is headed. We are no Empyreans, but we must locate the path that will lead us there. I will follow the crosses east. Oh, so I think we have to go east.
Follow the yellow brick road.
It's just Gigi's voices. Oh, not on my end. You can hear my game, right? I got panicked for a second.
It's the voices
Sealed
in my
and
head.
obscured by shadow.
The voices in my head are so loud.
Sealed by shadow.
Not shadow.
Yeah.
Shadoop.
Shadooby-dop, dooby-dop.
This man.
Tower bars hidden in shadow. A lofty spiral piercing the heavens.
Lead him safely unto greater
This
God.
is like it's so funny that the DLC is still somehow so new to me because I've only played it twice. That it's like sometimes I find things and I'm like, oh, I don't think I found this last time. Thank you, Aya. I just saw that got pinned. Thank you so much. Yes, guys, please use the multi. Aya.
Yeah. Do multi. Watch us both.
Watch us both at the same time.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That way, when I fall off of something, you can watch me laugh at my distress and Pink laugh at my distress.
It's usually me going, oh, and then laugh. Just like, oh, as I just see Gigi just fall in front of me to her death.
I don't know what you're talking
Oh
about.
wait, there's one thing that we're supposed to do. We have to go, okay, so we have to go back and find that old lady so we can wear the lion head and she'll give us something when we're wearing the lion head.
Well, the shadows have started.
My son snuck onto my lurking PC. Auntie caught him to the force shutdown. Oh. PC did not like that. Oh no.
Ow. Bitch.
Sorry, knock that off. How many runes? Oh my gosh, I need so many runes. I need 160 for my next level, and I have 131.
I need 163, and I'm at 125.
Oh.
I mean, I could probably break some rune things, but...
Yeah, there's a couple boss runes that I... that I definitely don't use the weapons or whatever, so I can crack those for sure.
Could you not?
I feel like I lean funny. Why is Pink Soul the host of fingers? So there actually is a lore reason as to why. I could explain if you were genuinely interested. There is a lore reason though.
Dead.
Ditch.
That same man murdered me. I tried to avenge you, but instead I got...
You also got murdered? Yeah, it do be like that sometimes.
It do be.
Do be like that. Oh my gosh, he's back.
Pressing the wrong
Widowy.
Back. Widowy intrigued. Oh wait, where the fuck? Oh, right here. Oh. Oh my god. I can't.
Sir, please stop. Stop, sir, please. What are you doing? No.
The shadows have shadows.
What do we know? There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, so the lore reason why is that the outer god that is worshipped by some people in this game is literally called the Two Fingers. And it's you'll see. You'll see it in the DLC. So there's basically a whole religion that's like based off of this like being that kind of like came down, and it's literally just a hand of two fingers, and yeah, so you're a host of fingers because you are a member of this this religion, this weird religion. And in order to invade other people's worlds, you need like a tarnished finger, and to like leave other people's worlds, you use a finger severer. Like there's a lot of like finger things. It's gross. Weird.
Well, there's also feet.
There's a lot of feet. Yeah, there's a lot of feet. But we will spoilers, sorry to spoil, but we will come across a finger god soon, later in this DLC. On your way! On my way, dearie! Alright, where was this? Alright, we can't jump there. That's death. We need to slide. Feet and Fingers, who made this game? So his name is Miyazaki, and he loves feet. But also George R. R. Martin like wrote the story, so I kind of hold him responsible too.
Is it stream that makes the game flicker like that? No, I don't know why it's doing that.
It only does it sometimes.
I didn't do it all last week, and it's way worse today, and it's driving me insane, and I might murder somebody.
Crazy.
Oh my god.
I don't think this was the right way. Is that doo-doo water? I think it might be, honestly. It might be. There are so many places in Elden Ring that I'm like, I'm convinced that it fucking stinks.
I'm pretty sure the whole world stinks.
Well, there are some really pretty places. Like, there's a couple really pretty places in the DLC that I'm like, this might not stink. But there's a lot of places that, like, this stinks. I bet you this stinks. This whole town stinks like doo-doo.
With all of the, like, poison water bullshit?
Yeah. Wonka's River, I find that so hard to believe. Do not drink or eat this. It's so bad. Speaking of Wonka's River, do you know what I just found out? I found out that it was real, like, chocolate milk, and it, like, went sour, and it, like, stunk really bad.
Gross.
Yeah.
Just keep going. I'm gonna need to either restart my game or restart my PC, because I literally cannot handle this right now.
Okay, hold on. Let's get back to a Grace. I'm gonna go to the small private altar, actually. It is Wonka's River, true. Alright. I am at the small private altar, Grace, if you want to restart your game.
Yeah, I'm gonna try doing that first.
Okay. Have you updated your graphics drivers on your PC lately?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why I just backed up. Oh my god. Don't. Apparently my change scene button is the same button that would on my keyboard have me back up.
Oh. That's so funny.
It's so cute.
It's so cute.
Hello?
Do
It's
do
not
poo
gonna let me-
poo, exactly.
Apparently, because I aggroed these people accidentally, it won't let me quit.
What people?
These people. Don't kill me right now. I'm trying to leave.
Oh, these people. I will kill them. Did I kill them?
No, there's this man.
Which man? Whoa, which man?
This
Oh,
man.
this man. Where did he fucking come from? I just went down the stairs.
He came up the stairs.
That's so crazy.
Okay, now it'll let me.
I just hit my mic. Sorry if that was loud. You installed Hinge? That's crazy. I didn't know you can install hinges right on your phone. How are you gonna use them? I know.
It's not letting me fucking quit the game.
Oh, you haven't. You have to separate. Here, I'll kick you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry. I'm
No,
so
you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. There you go.
right now. I'm
No,
gonna
you're
die.
fine. You're fine. You're fine. Okay.
You bought a ticket to come to Connecticut? Connecticut?
Connecticut. I'm here. Stream can start now. All right, guys. Stream can start
time.
now. It's about time.
I've just been sitting here twiddling my thumbs.
Just waiting. We've just been waiting.
Just waiting. Watching.
This bloodstain was here already. Gotta go to... What's the end? Is that Canada?
Connecticut.
Or is that supposed to be Connecticut?
I think Connecticut is CT.
It is
isn't
CT.
It?
That's why I was like, is CN supposed to be Connecticut? It's...
Launch the
Oh shit, yeah. I was like, Canada? So,
Canada.
Connecticut, Colorado, Tennessee, Texas. Connecticut.
Connect I cut.
Egg.
Egg.
It'd be funny
Egg?
if your egg command made my egg command go off, but mine is spelled differently because I say egg funny.
Okay, let's see if this is better.
Egg.
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 Oh, okay. Let's try.
All right, let me open it again. Okay, use. Allow wanderers. What the fuck is that egg? That is actually the dragon egg from Valheim.
Egg.
Is what that egg is. Because I know I'll probably be back in time. I did. When I opened Mix It Up, I saw you here.
I've been around since the
I've
beginning.
been around since the
Since
beginning.
the before times.
Since the beginning.
The beginning.
All right, we just have to find that room that old lady was in. Oh, sir.
Ah!
There's two of them.
Why you do this?
Okay.
Nope, it's still flickering.
Oh, no.
Cool. I'm gonna restart my PC.
Okay.
I'm gonna run away.
Separate.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I'll never forget you.
Bye forever.
Okay, guys. I will be back in 5 minutes. I apologize.
She
for
gonna
making
restart
everything
PC.
slow. Restart my PC.
We start.
Please not. Okay. I'll be
Okay,
back.
see you soon. are the queens, the Elden queens. The Elden queens. Ooh, nice. That was a twofer. Where will we started? Oh, I found her. Cool. I'll just wait here for Gigi. Where will we start? We will Miss G. G. My hair is dope. My hair or my hair in game? Thanks. Thanks. The pink is starting to fade, but it's keeping so much more pink than it did last time, which I'm not upset about at all. Which I'm not upset about at all. At all. At all. Do I have to? No, she can just rejoin, I think. I don't think I need to close and reopen the world. I can show you the world. Oh, this lady is breathing. Man. It'd be bad if she wasn't breathing. I mean, would it though? Would it be bad if she wasn't breathing? Would it be the worst thing that could ever happen? I think not. No! Oh, I wanted to just move my camera, not me. Alright, let's do this again. And then we're gonna wait for Gigi right here. There we go. Let's take a nap right here. Perfect. I want Gigi to come back and be like, what the fuck? Hold on. There we go. Perfect. My favorite Elden Ring boss? Before I answer this, Oni, have you played the DLC yet? Because it used to be Radagon. I love the Radagon boss. But now it is a boss from the DLC. That is my favorite boss. But it was Radagon. I loved Radagon. We're just gonna hold this here for a minute until Gigi gets back. Malekith is a very, very, very good boss. Very hard, but very good. Update your shit and let me darken multi-twitch. Oh, usually I think I have mine dark, don't I? Hold on, let me see. Toggle. Oh. Maybe not. I thought that it used to be. You heard what you want. You know what? I kind of believe that. Better TTV settings, maybe? No? I swear it used to. Like, I swear it used to have a dark mode thing. That's crazy. I swear. Huh. I swear multi-twitch used. No, I don't see it either, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I swear they used to, but it doesn't look like it anymore. I could just be crazy. Honestly, I know some of you guys probably aren't like music nerds like I am, but they went real hard with the music for the DLC. They didn't have to, but I think the DLC music is really good. We are all mad here. Just like that Cheshire cat. That good old Cheshire cat. The Cheshire. What else would you expect from System of a Down? I know, that's what I'm saying. They went so hard. It was just so good. Have I showed you guys my katana? My mini katana? So it's obviously the hilt is different because the hilt in game is silver.
Hello.
But hello?
You start my stream again like a dingus.
A dingus. But look, it's the mini version of mine.
That this fixed it. I'm gonna
I hope
say
it
not.
fixed it. I hope it did.
I'm gonna say
this little thing again. Shut up. It's not even a letter opener. I could kill someone with this if I wanted to. Why are you guys hating on my little katana?
Oh no, the shadows are already fucking up. I hate everything. I'm gonna. This is my nightmare.
Oh, no.
It's fine.
Do I need to send another invite?
Hang on. My stream deck isn't working now. Wait a second.
86 driver flirts with mystery and hinge. Yep.
Mystery.
Miss Widowy, Mystery.
Widowy. Oh.
Widowy. Anyway, I thought it was cool. You guys are just haters.
Was cool.
Haters. They're just haters. I got a mini version of the katana that I use in the game.
It is cool.
It's so cute.
It's so cute.
It's so cute.
Okay, let me see if the earlier invite still works. You're
You have a
live.
full?
Thank you, Twitch. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know that I am live.
I don't hate. I know, Nikki. I appreciate it. Rivers of Blood. Yeah, I got Rivers of Blood for Gigi, and she prefers her Uchi katana with Blood Blade, I think, instead.
I didn't like the thing. I didn't like that I had to be so close.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But Rivers, on my first playthrough, I used Rivers of Blood and a cold Uchi katana. And I would use the cold Uchi katana to do a frost proc, and then I would use Rivers of Blood to reset it, and I would just keep doing that over and over again. It was great. Who's hitting on the sword? You guys? Horseman said, oh my god, this little thing again. Because I was so excited about it.
Can you
Okay, so Gigi, Pink has a new game for you to play. It's called Can You Find Pink? She'll find me because she'll spawn right next to me. It's just I just want her to see what I'm doing.
Do you mind posting the multi-Twitch link in my chat again?
I do not mind at all. Find a nickel every time I heard that one. Lol. Lol.
Sophie, why are you yelling at me?
For some reason, I feel like my posture is so fucked up when I'm playing on controller because I can get like kind of comfy and like lean back and stuff. So every time I play on controller, my streams are like this.
My
Just,
issue
like,
when I
over
play
onto
in
the
controller
side.
is that I shrimp, so I lean forward, so I like
Yeah,
put my elbows.
but it makes me short on my camera.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna have to suffer through the flickering shadows, and that's just gonna be how it is.
It's just like it didn't do that for the past couple weeks, did it?
Nope.
That's so weird.
Not at all. It only does it when it knows that I can't like physically handle it, so it did a really good job. Why are you breathing so loud?
It's not me. It's
I know,
her.
it's just mate.
Is this lady? I went full blood on my second. By the fourth, I breezed. I love my mage build. This is like I think this is my second mage build I've done. Mage builds are so fun. All right, so we just have to put on this dumb head for a minute and then talk to her.
Do we both have to do it, I assume?
If you want, I think she's gonna give you something.
Oh, as I forgive, this is such after an attack as evinced by thy grace.
Oh.
I implore and dance. Take vengeance. They who let them my
Am I
soul.
blind?
Yeah, I got waffle spirit. Waffle spirit.
Waffle.
Should be all the way towards the
spirit.
bottom.
I thought so. But oh, there it is. And we just chill here for a minute. I
Yeah,
am.
just talk
I
to
am
her.
what? I am blind.
Widowaway flickering, I know. Widowaway. No,
I knew it, Horseman. I knew it. You didn't give me something? She didn't give me nothing.
You may have gotten it when I did it, but you were in your menu.
Got it.
If you check your inventory and you look at your most recent, it was just Watchful Spirit.
Spirit. Washful spirit.
Watchful Spirit. No. You didn't. Did you talk to her more than once or just the one time? Because I think I talked to her like 3 times.
I talked to her twice, but she said the same thing every time.
Interesting. She's still talking.
She is.
Huh.
Try again, I guess. I shall try yet again.
So many sticks and rocks while fishing in the river. That's funny.
Dance and cavort. Yeah, no, this is the same words that she just said to me.
I don't know. But you definitely didn't just get that spell. I looked when you had your screen up.
Nope. That's okay. If it's
I mean,
a
you're
spell,
probably
I'm
not gonna use it, yeah.
It's fine.
You're not gonna use it anyway.
Anyway,
Not gonna use it.
it's not necessary.
Not necessary.
It's just nice. It's just nice to collect everything, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poor Gigi can get to them. I mean, it wasn't why. It was just... I was just chilling.
Oh, okay. I'm down here now. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Please don't kill me. You're gonna kill me. Okay. Ow. 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 Ow.
Many men.
Ow.
So many men.
Oh, oh no. No, 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 no,
So
no,
many
no.
men.
No. Okay, okay. Listen.
Come on,
I'm
come
gonna
on,
need
come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Don't. Okay. That's fine. I didn't need
You're
to be
very
alive.
close to the grace.
Listen! Correct, driver.
Correct.
Correct. Blue rat.
Blue rat? Oh yeah, Bella rat. I don't have much ammo left. No, wrong game.
You gotta watch your ammos. I'm gonna level up because I have
Wrong game.
level up. Level
I
up.
still can't get over that Sasquatch quest. I'm so upset about it.
Gas watch.
No, the one where that guy convinced me
Oh,
to
yeah, I
murder a
know.
bunch of Sasquatches and then they weren't even bad. And he was like, please
Why you
kill
don't
me.
listen
I have
to
nothing
men?
to live for. My whole family is dead. Fish and grits? Those two things together just don't sound. Whoa, men.
Just another grain. Did you just die?
Yes, because I couldn't get out of this corner with these guys.
Stupid men. Sorry, I caused them to respawn. I
No,
just
no,
needed
you're
to
fine.
level up.
No, you're fine. That was not the issue. The issue was they cornered me.
You're not talking too much, Horseman.
So my mom should give me so many things. My family passed like letters, make our grandparents to each other. Who's in the army during World War II and pictures of driver's license for like 19. That's crazy. Wait, where are my roots? Oh.
You're just like floating around.
I am.
Yeah.
I don't think we really need to do anything else in Ballarat. I think we can continue on to east, as the letter that we picked up said.
Follow the
To the
crosses
west.
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 And west.
We must go to the west. You bitches who shot me in the back.
Don't.
Okay. Let's go to... let's go to 3 Pass Cross.
Where?
It's like right outside the gate. I believe. Hold on, let me look what the list is.
Yeah, I got it.
Great Site Plain.
found.
Yeah.
I seen it.
I seen it.
Seen it.
So, Castle Ensis? Yeah, okay. So this way is probably the next way we want to head. Yeah, we're Agnes and Gertrude.
Duh.
Duh.
We picked old lady names because it's funny. Duh.
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 Your grandma's name was Agnes?
It's
Well,
a great
plot
name.
twist.
It's
I'm
an
your
old
grandma.
lady name. Oh my god. That is a plot twist.
It is a plot twist. Look at this. Look at these speedrunner strats that I learned, chat. The fucking
It's
ballista can't hit you on the side there, apparently. Kill the man. Kill the man. Kill the man. Get off your horse. Okay. Goodbye.
Saddle up my horse and I use the fucking ballista. Oh, I can't.
Wait, Pinksel's my Nana? Uh-huh.
Surprise!
Sorry, this is how you
Would
had to
think
find
of
out.
those anonymous birthday cards. Were
Sorry,
sent
this is how you had to
from-
find out.
Ow.
Hey, can you
Ow.
knock that off, sir?
Stop it. Stop it.
Stop it!
Ow. He's about to murder me. Okay. Okay. Yes, I am dead. You can stop attacking me.
Alright, fine.
Did I get bad at this game?
No, the DLC just has like a crazy difficulty curve. Senile old lady. I'm not senile. Or am I? Guess we'll never know.
However you spell that word, that is how you spell senile. It's not how you spell old. But I don't think that's what you were going for.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Who is shit? Hey, stop that.
Not an old lady. I'm older than you, bitch. Respect your elders, bitch.
Yeah, exactly. I'm everybody's elder.
Look at my wounds. My wounds. My
Sir?
not so many wounds.
Sir? Stop that.
What do we respect?
Stop that. Get respected.
Don't shoot fire at me, you whore.
Wow, that was crazy. Is there even anything good in here? A treasure
pillaged.
chest.
I got cave moss. Don't worry.
I got a
I'm
fire
set.
spark perfume bottle. Oh, this is cozy. Do swords weigh? Do you think swords weigh more than a package?
A package of what? I'm very confused.
A package of what?
Because you can put swords into a package, and then the package would be heavier than just the sword. Because you have packaging
Yeah.
and a sword.
And the sword.
I don't... Where was the treasure?
Treasure's right here.
Aha.
Oh my gosh, a piggy. A package
know.
made of swords. Like the packaging itself is swords. Like you pack
Then the
the
package
swords
would
in
still
other
be
swords.
More than a sword. because
Widowy.
that's
That would be
multiple.
crazy. Oh my gosh, he's so quick. Why, sir? Please, no!
Get bleeded on, bitch. Don't
Yeah. Exactly.
zone.
Zone do it. Zone do it.
Do it.
Ooh, something in here. This is cozy. Oh, it's a Fire Knight's cook. The
I am just gonna
Scope.
ruin all of their carefully placed tables and
Oh, I like how
chairs.
I walk in. I'm like, oh, this is cozy, and Gigi walks in. She's like, destroy.
Fuck this shit.
Fuck this
I
shit.
don't
I'm
want
out.
it.
Fuck this shit. I'm out of ideas. No. 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 No.
You don't want to do laundry? Don't do it. Not worth it. For what? Clean clothes
what's
to
over
not be
here?
stinky?
I think I see a beetle.
Bidole?
I think I see a beetle. Oh no, I don't. It's a grave. It looked like a beetle. Wait, what is that? What is that thing walking? What are you? Oh, you are a blood fiend. Hello. Ciao. 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 What? Oh.
Know where you are. Hello?
Hello? Oh, I killed him. Okay. Whew, that was scary. Hello.
They're clean, just not folded and put away. That's the worst part of doing laundry. I usually just
Yeah.
end up putting it into my laundry basket and then it stays there until I either get annoyed with it or I wear it and then it goes into the laundry after that.
Exactly. Oh, I see more men to kill.
Murder. Oh, wow. So sorry, sir. I know you were just sitting here.
Nothing? You don't have anything for me?
Cool kids don't fold clothes. I never claimed to be a cool kid, to be fair.
Okay, so we can keep going down. Where does that go?
I don't know, but there's bats.
There is a grace in front of the castle we might want to touch before we continue to go further down.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, so we should go back up after we kill these bats. And touch the grace and then come back down. Okay, let's go touch the grace that's in front of the castle. 4 to 5 working months to put away. I need to do laundry so bad. Like, I've gotten to the point where, like, sometimes I just buy new clothes because I'm like, I don't want to do laundry.
I've done that. That's why I can go so long between doing laundry, is I have... Ow.
Wait, what's getting... Whoa, where did you come from?
You just kind of ran past him.
Oh,
but he
that's
saw
so
you,
funny.
then he went to where you were, which happened to be where I was.
Where you are, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I saw something purple to pick up. Over here, I think. Yeah, there's the grace right there. But where's the purple thing I just saw? Is it here? I swear I saw a purple pickup on the front of this, but I guess not. Resting. Resting. Okay. Alright, yeah, so let's continue going that down way. That seemed kind of interesting.
It seemed like there's things down there.
Yeah.
Throw the spare desk away or give it to your brother, because 9 out of 10 times that's where your clothes end up. With your brother or on the spare desk?
With your brother's spare desk? Nice.
Wrecked. On the spare desk? I don't know, that seems like a perfect place for it.
I agree.
Is a horizontal surface, and honestly, if you're putting things in a place, then that means
That's
that
putting them away.
It's a place.
If that's where they go, then that's the place they go. So you're technically putting them away in their place.
Desk spare brother's clothes, exactly. Who could forget about the desk's spare brother
Hop.
and his clothes?
Wait, is this really it? Wait, is this really it?
Also barrels, duh.
I mean, but like... That's all that's down here?
There's also death.
Well, I'm not a fan of that.
Oh, well. You didn't ask if there was something that you would be a fan of. You just asked if there was anything else down
You got a
here.
snow cone? Is like your first time eating a snow cone ever? Like...
Or did you just really want one and you weren't able to get one until today?
Until today.
Baby's first snow cone.
Aww. Oh, you were craving one bad?
Bad.
Bad to the bone.
But I'm trapped.
Bad. Bad.
Bad. To the bone.
To the bone. There's a man on fire. This
no.
man is on fire.
This man is on fire. Ah! The man again. Oh, hello. He jumped. Sir, could you
And you made
not
so much
right
noise, yeah. What? I don't even know what hit me.
You died.
Yeah, I don't even know what hit me. Like, he did like a stomp, and I guess it was supposed to have like a wave animation, but maybe it didn't. I don't know.
Don't puke your blood on me, bitch.
Oh yeah, see, it was like a scream, but for some reason it didn't make the little...
What?
Oh my, that's...
Die
Oh, that's
again?
bullshit. Yeah, and I just lost a shit ton of runes and it was bullshit. What happened was bullshit. There was barrels next to me, chat.
Somebody knocking on my door?
That's wild.
Why would somebody...
See those barrels right there? They were on the other side too.
It's just... Yes, it's fine.
It's only 100,000. It's totally fine.
Ew.
Oh, geez. Break all these barrels so that they can't explode them on you. With like
there
that
are
stuff,
exploding
see?
barrels?
Yes.
I don't even know where you are right now.
I'm in this encampment still. Oh, I'm a little... Okay. Ooh, ah! I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. It'd be really cool if I could get them to blow their own shit up. Like interrupt him when he's like going to throw at me and he like hits the barrels behind him. All right, I'm coming towards you now.
It's okay, I'm basically where you are.
Oh, hi. Hey. Oh my god. These are like two hitting me. Like that's crazy.
Don't.
Zone. Me, I'm knocking. Oh, never mind. Come on in. Exactly. I'm still so upset about that 100k that's gone. Because of those barrels.
Where are these?
Such a cheap shot.
Can we kill them or do we just have to run?
No, I think we can kill them, but I think we have to go further back and go up.
No. Ow, fuck you. Okay. Don't.
Yeah, we can get up to them. I just don't fucking remember how. Oh, it's up on the top of this castle, it looks like. But then how do we get in the castle? The castle. Is this Fort of Reprimand? Is that where we're? I can't open my map. Okay.
Stop throwing things at me. I'm a baby.
I'm just a baby.
Just a baby.
How do you get in here? How do you get in here?
There's stairs on the opposite side, so maybe we have to go around.
Okay.
Maybe we have to go through these guys and then come back. Oh.
Okay, so then... Do we have to go all the way around?
Maybe? There's just so much cliff here. Maybe not.
I know. I feel like you're supposed to somehow enter that fort from inside the castle.
Yeah.
We're in the coffins. Horseman, wrong game. I think you're watching last night's stream instead.
Get out of the
What's,
VOD!
what's this? I just found a door.
A door?
Yeah, door.
Oh my god, there's so many fucking sarcophagi.
Sorry, I was drinking a sip of water. Okay, Fog Rift Catacombs. Interesting.
Intriguing.
Intriguing.
Let's go comb some cats.
Yeah. Comba. Catacomba. Yeah, we can rest here.
Get the fast travel. Well, not the fast travel, but the
Yeah.
respawn.
The respawn, fast travel, fast travel.
Fast travel.
Okay, I'm not a fan of the like hopping ones.
The hopping.
Ah!
What do you mean the hopping ones? Oh, I wasn't even in there. Okay. That was some dumb.
How come it's not hitting these guys? Oh, that one did though, I think. What hit me from behind?
Another man.
Okay, is that it? Any more men?
Oh, did that
Okay.
that stop
Oh,
this
I think
man?
we have to get on top of that thing somehow. Because there's another there's another layer there. Let's see though, let's keep going. Come on. Get hit. There we go.
No, don't. Let me heal, you bitch. Oh my god.
Okay.
He just shot something at me.
Who? Where? Where? Where?
The guy that you just killed.
Oh, it's just delayed.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, is there anywhere here? No, just this? No side doors? Okay. Okay.
That's there.
Oh no, what that? Oh,
Okay. What was so funny on the multi-twitch?
oh, I know who that is. Okay. Big boy.
Big boy.
Got it. Got him. The big mouth. The floor falling on us one after the other.
Get wrecked.
Widowy.
Widowy wrecked. Is he gonna follow me?
Widowy.
Yep. Oh my god, that almost got me. Listen, I wasn't even in the room when it got me. I wasn't in the room when it got me. The room when it got me. The room when it got me. Oh, good. I forgot about my runes.
Got him. I got him.
Got him.
Got him. Okay, so here's another floor. Oh wait, this is this one.
He's getting you. Ah. Is this the one we need to jump onto?
Yeah, but I fell. Oh wait, there's a ladder in here? In the room I just fell in? Oh my gosh, do what I'm actually trying to do. Oof.
Okay. Okay. Could you not, please, right now?
Wait, no, I want to go back here because I want to see what this ladder does. Oh, this might kill me.
Oh my god, I can't escape this bitch.
Who is it? Is it one of the big mouth ones? Hold on,
Yeah.
let me see if this ladder will take me over there.
I'm gonna die. Okay, just die, please. Okay, I killed him.
Okay, good. All right, how do I get back to where that was? Oh, here's this. Okay. So then... Here's the... Yeah, okay, I'm back. Nice.
Hello.
Whee! Hello.
Oh, there's a man in here.
Goodbye, man.
Get absolutely
Goodbye, man.
later, dude.
Okay. There's a... Oh, this is big men. Okay, hold on. Let me refill this. Okay.
We like to get bleeding.
Okay. Hello, sir. Come out here, please. Come out here, please. There we go.
Stop dodging my blood. Oh.
No. 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 Okay. There's something gold behind him.
It's so shiny.
What is it? Oh, it's a ghost galabo. Oh, excuse you, sir. Thank you.
Great ghost globot.
Great ghost globot.
Great googly moogly.
Great globe globe.
Globe globe globe. Globe globe.
Globe globe.
Globe globe.
Just imagine that in like the most serious narrator's voice, and it's like, and the great glob
And
glob.
the great globe globe was there to save the world.
Alright, so that you've already been to.
Hello? Oh, there you are. Moving right along. Moving right along.
Oh, do we go that way now? No, there's just this man.
That I murdered.
So then, is there
This
another
one we go
way?
down here? Was there anything down here? There's like a hallway down there. Do we need to go down to there?
I think that's the one we came from, like from below, right?
Is it?
I think so. Where does this go?
I don't think so. Because
killed this
the
man.
smashy thing the first time didn't cover the whole room. This one covers
Okay.
the whole room. And this one doesn't have any places to hide down there like the other one did. Which is bad for us. Because we
Yeah, see, I
Yep.
can't make it. Oh, we could fall down and go directly below us and then go across.
Well, there's an elevator here.
Okay.
I just want to get whatever this is. Oh, just police. Great. Oh, and there's also something across that side. Which feels like a terrible idea.
Yeah, I think that's where we're supposed to fall down instead of trying to fall down and then run across.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, what was up this ladder that you saw?
It just leads back around to where we were.
To the up?
Yeah. It's for that exact reason, like if you were me and you missed it.
Got it.
Okay. Oh look, here's my orange at the top. Nice. Alright, go down please, thank you. Fall. And then roll back. Okay, there we go.
Hello.
Hello.
We'll just wait for the next
Okay,
one.
now.
Run! Run!
Did it! Yay!
Yay.
An elevator! Okay.
Oh, it's not an elevator.
Not an elevator. Where would it possibly go?
Down.
Okay. Oh, a stake of Marika. This is probably the boss.
Was that a thing? Is that a place that we can stand on?
Is what a thing?
Oh, there's just like a ledge that's up.
Oh, let's check it out.
After that one catacomb, I'm always like, secrets?
Ah!
No, no
missed it.
secrets.
Okay. You're gonna chop down though, it's not too far.
Yeah. Just gotta make sure I don't miss and then fall to my imminent doom.
Yeah, that's very important.
For me, extremely.
Okay. Is there anything in here? Another man! Oh no! What's
Enough.
this? Rada fruit. Very important stuff, you know.
Important.
Okay.
Important.
Important.
Man.
There's a, yeah.
There's a magical man. And a less magical man.
What's up with that? She's getting better.
Oh, there haven't been that many opportunities for me to fall to my death. Don't worry.
Also sure, there hasn't been very many fall damage opportunities.
I'm sure it will happen. I know
There's
that's
the
what you
ceiling.
all are here for, is
Okay.
to watch me fall to my death. Are there places to hide?
Yeah, on the side. Man.
Ah, man!
Yeah, I knew it wouldn't be that easy.
I'm almost out of flasks.
There's a hole! Okay, well, we're both here. Okay.
Which I'm sure is exactly what was intended.
I'm sure that was their plan.
The devs are like, haha, got him!
Oh,
We're gonna give them
it.
one to hide it, and the next one is
Dang
gonna
it.
be a fall!
Dang it, they got us. We got
Got 'em.
debated, chat.
Death count is insane. But a death by falling counter is a little bit less.
Is a
other
whole other thing. Yeah. Oh,
Ah!
oh, you got
I
gooped.
got locked on! I got gooped! Oh no, he's eating me.
I can't even help you either.
I like how I'm like, ugh. And I just like struggle to get my leg out. That was very, very entertaining. What makes you think it was a men?
Okay.
Because it was a game dev? That's silly, Horseman.
Wow.
Wow.
You tried to goop me, but you missed.
Ain't no goop in here, bitch.
Ain't no gooping when we're gone. Oh no, goop.
Ah! I got gooped! Oh, well,
Oh.
I'm dead.
Oh no, you got gooped to death.
It happens to the best of us.
It does happen to the best of us.
And then also me.
Dang, chat. The goop got her.
I done got goop.
The goop got her.
Gigi got goop. Goop got.
GG got GG'd. Came to Walmart hungry? Yeah. Elden Ring was your first Souls game? It was my first Souls game too.
And mine. This is first time.
Ooh. First time, every time.
Are you still alive? No, you're
Me?
just walking. Okay. No, there's a man.
Oh.
I didn't touch the goop. The goop touched me.
True.
Without
I
my
will
cons-
vouch.
Honestly.
I will vouch that the goop gooped her, not the other way around.
I'm gonna go fall down. But on purpose this time.
But on purpose. Oh my gosh, it's such bullshit.
Bullshit.
Ugh.
Where are my rooms? Over here? Have we gone this way yet?
Yeah, it should be in the room with the goop. Yeah, it should be in there.
The room with the goop, the room with the goop, the room with the goop. Gigi's rooms are in the room with the goop.
And then
The
let's see
room
what
with
this
the goop.
random ladder does.
I bet it let's go up.
Uppies?
Or down, depending on where on the ladder we happen to approach.
True.
Uppies. Why is Gwyneth Paltrow's weird company in a room in Elden Ring? I mean, it really makes sense if you think about
It's equal representation, you know? Now where? Oh, this
Where?
is here. Okay, so then one of these rooms should be...
it. This room over
One-
here, when we go
yeah.
down, is where the smashy smashes.
Yeah, the smashy. Okay. So, now we need to do the smashy without falling in the hole this time.
This one's good. It's the next
Yeah.
one that we can go in, but we need to
But
not
don't go
in
all
very
the way.
far.
Okay. Wah.
Okay.
Okay, this one's fine.
There's one across the way.
Yeah, is there another one here though?
I don't know.
No, but I'm gonna go up the stairs. Made it. Made it up the stairs.
Oh, there's stairs on this side too. There's a man.
What?
Ow! 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 No!
Oh my gosh. Why are you literally not pressing the buttons that I'm fucking telling you to press? Like, I'm getting so annoyed right now. Do your attack.
Stabbing me. That's not nice. It's not nice.
Why is the ceiling not hitting that man? Whatever.
Whatever,
Pick up
whatever.
item. Pick up
A shadow
item.
of realm rune.
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 Okay, now I'm gonna run here. Face. Okay. Oh. I literally didn't think I was too far, but okay.
Oh god.
Made it.
It wouldn't
Made
go away
it.
from the little pop-up message, and I was like, I'm not running anymore! Okay.
I wish they would just go away after a couple seconds if you haven't pushed the button.
Right?
Okay, is this boss? This is boss. Okay.
He's Boschman.
Is boss man. I've got no heals. I've got no
Bossman?
nothing.
No heals, no nothing.
No nothing.
What you're saying.
So
Said
what you're
it's all
saying
on
is
me.
we're screwed. Sir, I'm trying to get the moon.
Ow.
Okay, do you need 3 moons to get frosted? Do you not frost? What's going on here?
Why you got lasers, bitch? Ow, ow, ow.
Maybe he doesn't freeze. Oh, no, he does. Okay, cool.
It takes a lot.
Yeah.
Ow, ow. No, no. Oh, I got lasered. I got dead.
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Thought I dodged, but I guess I did not. Oh. Oh.
He fucking Tasmanian deviled you.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, sir. That's fine. I needed to start over, so I had heals anyway.
Right? That's what I was gonna say. I was like, that worked out just perfectly for us. Now we have more
Now we have
potions.
heals.
So I need to not forget.
Silly you.
I need to get my runes because I had like 170,000.
Honestly, kind of same. I had 70.
Let's go. 200 IQ for the ladies. Anyway, I know how, baby. Don't look at
Sir?
me.
Sir.
Don't look at me. I need my so many runes.
Oh my god, he does not want to give me some space.
Look at me. Look at me. There we go. Focused on my mimic, so. Did you get your rune?
Yeah.
Oh, he got. Oh, nope, 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 ow, ow.
Richard, he takes 4 moons. He takes 4 moons to get a frost proc. That's crazy. Oh my, what is he doing to your mimic? Oh,
Body
assaulting
slamming.
him. Assaulting him, apparently. Oh, he got all of his health back from that, apparently.
Oh, that's good to know, because I just got fucking wrecked. Absolutely wrecked. A salt and a pepper.
Get it?
Maybe mimic isn't the best idea if
He can get his health back. Yeah, that yeah.
Let me
that grab
switch
is
to
crazy.
I'm gonna switch to jellies.
Okay.
Which is in here. There we go. I don't even know what else there is.
Some of them aren't bad. Like, Queen Rat Knight Finlay isn't bad. I used the marionettes for a long time on my first one.
I just wonder if any of these ones that are like people, if those will get grabbed or if they'll just get attacked.
I don't know. So many moons. I thought it was Rennala. It is. It's Jello. Okay, let's go.
Jello.
Jello. Hello, it's
Jello.
Jello.
Jello. A.
Okay.
Have a jellyfish, bitch. Hello, don't look at me. I need my runes. Oh, no. I almost forgot about my runes.
Okay. I need to get 4 moons.
Ow.
Holy shit, to get a frost proc.
That was entirely unnecessary.
Oh, okay. There we go. Stop that.
Hello, sir. Ow. Don't.
Don't do it. Woo! Woo!
Get bleeded on, bitch. But is it good crap? I feel like Dang it. No, 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 no,
Nickelodeon. Oh my god, he knocked me out of the moon.
The lasers, not the lasers. Oh, he's lasered me, and I'm in an animation. Oh god.
Oh my god.
Stop.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no. No. Don't. Come back here, bitch. I need to bleed on you.
Shit, stop.
Stop moving. Ow. Okay. I got the backswing of that. No, such. Okay. New
the
attack.
whole arena, not fair.
Hashtag new attack unlocked.
Let's go.
Uh-oh. Ow. No, I don't like that. I don't like that. I would prefer it if you didn't do that.
Okay. Chill. Daddy, chill.
Got him.
Daddy, chill.
Daddy, chill. Crystal Amber Medallion
go.
+3.
Yeah, that one's nice.
Nice. I only have a +1 right now. Shit. Boosts maximum HP by the utmost.
The utmost.
The utmost boost.
The uttest of mostest. I need to get the cerulean. Got him. I need to get the cerulean +3 to give me some more fufpa. Wait a second. Why don't I have hands? I mean, why am I not wearing hands? Not don't have them. I meant, why am I not wearing them?
I'm sorry. I'm looking through my talismans.
Talismans.
I really need to figure out where I'm missing that one talisman slot.
Well, you get one from Margit and you get one from Morgott, and then you get one from the ladies, which for some reason isn't there for you, unless maybe you can check on your own.
Maybe.
Hold on, let me look. I looked them up before, but let me look again because you get one from Morgott, you get one from Margit.
Where's the grace in here? I need to.
Total of 3 talisman pouches can be obtained for a total of 4. You get one upon defeating Margit. You get one for defeating Godfrey, first Elden Lord, and then you get one. It says after speaking to Finger Reader Enya after acquiring 2 great runes, or found in the Twin Maiden Husks shop if missed from Enya. Show. Wait, where does this? Wait, where the fuck are we? There's a map here.
We were trying to find how to get into the castle, and we just kind of went down this whole valley.
Yeah, but like if you look at our map, like we're right next to a map marker. So I'm like, how did we end up down here? But this is enclosed. This is all enclosed. This doesn't.
Maybe it's like up or something.
Oh, I feel like I remember this being a wonky one. It's like hard to come back.
Oh. There's Aminals. They want me dead.
Oh, yeah, he does. Not anymore, he's dead. There's men, though.
Not the men.
Poison men.
So
Men are poison, though, you know.
Toxic, am I right?
Am I right, or am I right?
Oh my god, you're so right.
Kidding. I'm kidding, men, I'm kidding. Don't be all sensitive about it.
I'm not kidding. I'm very serious.
Oh yeah, I need a grace.
Yeah, me too.
Hello, sir. Can I get this skull, please? It's broken. Please, thank you. Okay, so how the fuck do we get back? Up then. Alright, was this Fog Rift Fort? No. Castle Ensis.
It's so dark in here.
So I guess let's just go... I guess we'll just go back to the castle front and just make our way inside the castle. Maybe we can go from above when we're inside the castle.
Yeah, maybe. Make it
With all
away.
the man hate.
You should be used to it by now, Horseman.
I know. You watched Once Upon a Time? Did I watch? I watched Once Upon a Time, but I did not finish because I feel like it like fell off like real hard.
I have never watched. Level up, level up, level up.
Yes, I need to level.
I can get so close to 2 levels. Oh my god.
An ad break is about to begin. For all you peasants who don't subscribe. Oh, here's the thing I was looking for. What is this? Oh, this is a Scadooch. Did you get your Scadooch?
I don't think so. Where?
Regina. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Scadooch.
Ah! Hello, sir. Don't yell at me. I'm sensitive. I'm fragile. I don't like it. I bleed on you.
Get magic sorted.
Bitch.
Bitch. Alright. There are men on this bridge.
No, no. Not men.
I know.
What's this?
A flutterby. Hello, sir. Please, I'm sorry. Oh, you can also summon big swords?
Ow,
So that's not
ow,
very nice.
Ow, 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 ow.
Please take the moon. Please accept the moon. Oh my gosh, get stunned by the moon.
Oh my god, not the
Amazing.
moon. Oh my god, how embarrassing to be stunned by the moon.
Seriously.
God,
Oh.
are you scared of the dark? Oh shit. He almost just killed me.
This is how your villain era starts. Your cat. You know who also has a scar right there? Harrison Ford.
His was also from a cat.
Is it?
No. Not at all.
I thought it was from like a bar fight in like the 80s
Yeah,
or some shit.
From something way more badass.
Way more badass than that.
Yeah.
Hey, getting attacked by a cat is super badass. I don't know what you mean.
It's so badass. The baddest.
Royal
of that.
magic grace. Let's go. Let's go.
Wow. What's in
What's
here?
the
Hold on.
difference?
There's a man in here.
A man. In where? Oh, a room. I didn't even see a room.
Yeah.
Good catch.
GG
Hello?
find room.
GG find
So dark.
room. Wow,
Where?
GG find room.
GG find the room. Let's hear it for the boys.
What's over here? Anything? No, no, nothing. Oh yes, there's something. What is it? Oh, a somber smithing stone tree.
Ooh.
Yeah, they are gonna give you a lot of stones because there's a bunch of new weapons.
Weapons.
Schweppens.
What about the other side?
Okay, okay, thank you for jumping. Footloose. Footloose. Something, 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 footloose. Aren't the lyrics to that song just footloose over and over again?
Yeah. Footloose.
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 Footloose. Footloose. Footloose. Footloose. I think I saw something here as well. Yeah. What's this? A broken rune one.
Quermst? Oh, over
A
here.
broken rune one. Yeah. Dermst. Sir? Stop it. Sir? 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 Stop it. Stop it right now. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Uh-oh, there's
Dog.
a dog. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm not. I hate these dogs. Ah! See?
Fish?
I hate
love
these
it.
dogs.
Oh,
Dog.
hello. Hello. Hello.
Hotter though, and it's a real scar. She got defending her cat from a dog when she was little. That's awesome. She is pretty. She is very, very pretty. I will definitely agree with you there. She very pretty.
Yeah.
I also like Jennifer Morrison, but I'm a very, very, very big fan of the show House, which is how she got like famous, pretty much. Her biggest breakout role, I guess.
Who is she on House?
Cameron.
Okay, I don't know actors' names.
Oh yeah, no, Jennifer Morrison was the girl. She was the first girl.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know the character names. I just don't know.
Yeah. She was Cameron.
Because I'm dumb.
Dumba.
And it's just information that does not stick in my brain. There's a Ladder.
A Ladder. I love House. I do too. I've been rewatching lately.
Ladder.
A Ladder.
I haven't watched House in a minute. Why am
I think this is a new weapon. I think this is the Milady. It is the Milady. I want to try a Milady.
Is that a spear?
No, it's a light greatsword.
Huh.
And it's got a pretty quick moveset. And then its little thing is kind of cool.
Oh my god. Everything is new. I can't find it. I'm stupid. Did you just fall? Did you just fall?
I was looking at the attacks, and when you do the attack, you step forward.
Oh no! You pulled a Gigi! Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, I
Somebody
was
clip
just
that. We need
trying to
proof.
see the attacks.
We need proof!
Oh,
We need proof!
I was just trying to see the attacks.
It's not just me, bitch!
Oh no, that was too funny. I was literally just trying to see what the attack looks like, and you do a step forward when you do it.
I was just scrolling through my weapons, and then all of a sudden I saw Agnes has died. And I was like,
Oh gosh, that's so funny.
I wonder if I can put my blood on this. Can I?
Maybe.
Ooh, it's very stabby.
Mm-hmm. It's really not bad. Just be careful that you don't do what I just did.
A double swipe?
Yeah.
Me? Careful? Never. I kind of want to... Let's find a Grace, and then I kind of want to level up and see what we can do with it.
Okay.
And by level up, I mean level up the sword.
The sword. Then we need to go to the round tableau. Okay.
But we should get a Grace here first.
Why? There's a Grace at the round table.
Yeah, but so that we have progressed.
Oh. Oh, you mean go further forward and get the next Grace?
Yeah.
Okay.
GG Cliff Fall. I didn't fall cliff time. Thank you. Unless you're just projecting. Ooh, it's got a very strong stab on it. As the fancy. Impaling thrust. That's what she said.
Yeah, that's what I fell off the tower doing.
Oh, sure. What's in this room? Ooh, a chest.
Okay, it definitely needs to be leveled up though because it does no damage right now.
Yeah.
But it's super fast.
A bed. Okay. my god, it really does do no damage.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, we need to level it up, but once we level it up, it'll be good. And they just gave us a bunch of stones, so.
Yup.
Die.
Like, this man is so hard to murder.
Die. Loyal Knight's Cookbook.
She got
that I felt like GG. Oh, here's a grace right here, Perf. Okay, so there should be a Scadutree here. Scadooch. I abandon here the flesh of my body.
My body.
The flesh of my body.
My body.
My body.
Stone.
Okay, resties. Alright, and then, oh, can do your Scadooch blessing.
Oh, yeah.
And then I will meet you at the round table.
Yeah. The table that is round.
The round table?
The round table. Can I put my blood shit on it?
I do not know.
Let's find out.
Hello, sir. Oh no, I cannot speak to you. I have to priest.
Blood milady. Bloodblade? Is that what I've been using? Is it Bloodblade?
I think so.
Yeah, because it's on a thing.
Yeah.
Remove these from Blood Uchigatana plus 25 and apply them to milady. Affinity granted blood. I only have
Strengthen
like
armament.
4 affinities.
I don't have a smithing stone 1. Well, that seems kind of silly. Ashes of War. Can I make you cold? Can I make it cold? Make it sacred.
I have a smithing stone. Oh, but I need more. I need 4 smithing stones? Is that right?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, we can buy
But
them
the lady
from
should sell them.
Yeah. From these bishes. Were they just regular smithing stones?
It's regular, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a somber weapon.
Some there.
1s. Smithing 2s. Trees. Bars. Wait. Oh, we don't have the 3 and the 4s. We have the 5, the 6, 7, and the 8s. That's weird. Hopefully I have some.
Oh yeah, weird.
Which means we didn't get the bell bearing.
Rude. How could we?
Yeah, we could probably
We have
go
done that.
demolish whoever has that.
Can't believe we've done that.
I can't believe we've done this. Okay. Milady, 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 milady.
I didn't buy enough. I bought like 5 and I was like, that should be plenty.
Oh no, I bought like 6 of each one, yeah. Alright, I need more money. I was like, what do I need? Money.
Should be good on money.
Oh, I need money.
Because I was like super close to leveling up.
Sell one of those. Sell 3 of those. Sell those. Strengthen. Yay! Milady.
It's strengthened. Why is there a little rune marker on my screen?
Because you means you can't use your weapons. You can't do anything. It's a protected area.
Got it.
Got it.
Yeah. 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 4, 5. Oh, I've got so many. I could go forever. I need more smithing stones 8. But she sells
No
those.
fighting. No, not right here, unfortunately.
She sells smithing stones 8, and I can get those.
Yes, they have 7 and 8s.
Purchase.
The fingers, the 2 fingers.
Rapture.
You have returned.
But after a grim Americas, but even in conferred the thing.
Hello, I'm back.
Oh, I kind of want.
Okay.
I kind of want the sacred relic sword too.
Hi, Grace.
20k.
Where did you go? How is you?
Okay. So this lady, if you talk to her, like do like the conversation things, will she give you anything? Like just talk, like say all the conversation things she'll let you have.
All I have is examine. I don't have talk.
Yeah, and she doesn't. What does she say? Like she doesn't have like about America or anything.
Nope. I have receive power, receive equipment, and leave.
Okay, so maybe let's try to have you separate and then talk to either of those ladies, because this lady is supposed to give you the pouch, but if she doesn't give it to you, you're supposed to be able to get it from the other 2 ladies.
Okay.
So if you want to try to separate and see if... I don't know.
Sure.
I just don't know how else you, like, yours isn't...
Just jump scared by the most terrifying mug of water ever to appear on Twitch. Terrifying mug of water? Did I look and see? Did I look and see what? What did I do?
I don't know.
If I was muted? I'm not muted. Why would I have looked to see if I'm mute? I'm very confused.
I don't know. I don't know. Oh, maybe he thought you, like, looked down at your Discord, or... I don't know. Alright, well, Gigi is checking her roundtable. I'm gonna really, really quickly go pee. I will be super, super faced.
Go peace, girl. Yeah, no, nothing here. When Ashley got jump scared because one of the protection. Ah, got it. Yeah, I have no context to what you're saying, Grace. Streak! A 3-stream streak! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Do I have... I've already done these. Right? I am confusion. I am confusion! Oh, all of those? Didn't I already do that? Through your chips. Oh man. Those poor chips. They were just chilling. What happened when a streamer sees this and it was the mute button? Watching it and Pink was reading and looked like he looked over to see if you were... Oh, I was just reading chat. I was just chilling. I don't have any conversations. You're you know, you can do whatever you want, Horseman. None spilled? That is good. I am glad. I am glad that your chips were safe.
Okay. I'm back.
So who do I talk to?
So, You should talk to the lady with the fingers who's in the center room with the grace.
Mm-hmm.
And see if she'll say anything to you now that we're separated.
The lady right here?
I'm watching. I have a stream delay. Hold on. The center one. The center hallway.
Oh, I already talked to her and I didn't have any more.
Okay, and then the twin maidens didn't have one? The ones that you were offering all those bell bearings to?
Yeah, no. No.
What the heck? That's so, like, that doesn't make sense, because you definitely were here when we beat the first guy.
Sure was.
I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
Yeah, I was there when we defeated all of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So how would you have not gotten one as a reward for something?
No. The mod hates me. This has been determined.
It's just so weird though, and like I feel like in a weird selfish way, like I've always been the host when I've played with friends. So like I've never experienced like the runes not happening after a fucking battle, or like I've never experienced it, so I feel really bad. But it's like how would we have not got, like, how do we fix it though? How would you have not gotten one?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because if you're while you're still in your world, like, let me see your map. Like, do you still have all the graces on your map?
Yeah.
So, like, can you go to, like, the Margit Grace? Like, do you have, like, Margit the Fell Omen?
Oh, probably. Hello? Yeah. And I mean, it's all burning in my round table, so that means that it knows that I burned
Right,
the
so, like,
tree.
you've progressed. So, like, what happens if you go there? Does it, like, will it just, like, give you your shit that you didn't get?
Let's find out. It's on fire. No.
That's so strange. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either.
Alright, well.
It's fine. I'll survive.
Alright, I'm back at Castle Ensis, if you want to join whenever.
Yeah, I'm joining as Wanderer.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. No? Did it not like me?
I was fast traveling, so maybe...
Oh, yeah, that would probably do it. To look someplace where the shadows aren't freaking out. Hello? Use.
If GG hosted, would it appear? I'm not sure, honestly, what would happen if GG hosted. I really am not... I'm really not sure.
Is your world open?
I'm just resetting it because I saw that it wouldn't connect for you, so I'm just resetting it right now. Okay, it's reopened.
As Wanderer.
Because, like, it looks like she has the same progress. You know?
It's fine.
But they want you to have all of your power, all your potential.
So much potential.
I want you to be your full potential.
So how does this look now with my... Yeah, okay, good. I have my Ashwar.
Oh, on your malady?
Yeah.
I want to try my malady.
My malady.
Malady. I'm try the malady as well.
Upgraded.
Just do your blood.
Uh-huh.
Oh wow, look at you. Dogs. It's very spinny.
Oh, so fast! Alright, I like
I think
it.
it's better two-handed, honestly.
It's fun. I like it.
It's fun.
Yeah.
If we end up beating the next boss tonight, that's probably the next weapon I'll switch to.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
This looks like something
I
we
like
can
it.
jump on.
I like it a lot. Bird.
Let's find out.
No, bird. Whatever.
Oh, I can climb the waterfall. Oh god, I almost fell down.
Oh, where does this go?
Ooh, what's this? Where
Wait,
at?
that's like the
Turtles!
front. Oh, that's that room. Okay, that's nothing. Whee!
I'm so sorry. Did you just die?
No, I almost did, but somehow I saved it.
Oh, this poor turtle.
Squirrel.
Is this the way we're supposed to go?
Yeah, we can go anyway. But yeah, I think so.
I thought I was being sneaky.
The sword.
I was-
That's this one. That's the one I've been using.
A room behind the waterfall.
How mysterious.
Don't worry, it's just some not resin.
Oh, that's...
Not resin? If not
Beautiful.
resin, then what is it?
It's not resin. You said you're gonna change weapons? Yeah, when I get the next one. But I used the moon veil the whole game.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ah, sir, please.
Got him. Oh, the strat!
Oh. Rip.
You
Ripperoonie.
I
You're not
avenged
talking
you.
too much. You're good. You're not talking too much.
Clocking is good. That's what the chat is for.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
we would just be sitting in a room, a random Discord server playing games with each other, which would be fun, but is not the purpose of this.
It's not the same, exactly.
It's not the same.
It's not the same.
It's not.
It's not.
It's so dark.
Squirrel. Dead squirrel.
What
That
was
squirrel kept like
down-
blocking me like twice, like body blocking me.
Since I immediately went up the waterfall, was there anything worth getting down?
I think it was like grease or something. Like
Oh,
it really
I don't
wasn't
give a
anything important.
I don't give a fuck about no grease.
Yeah, it wasn't anything of importance.
No importance.
No importance. What's this do? What's this do?
What?
What's
it
this
do?
do?
Oh, it opened a gate.
Oh, it opened the front gate, so now we can go from that grace straight in.
You're floating
Hello,
again.
sirs.
Very fun.
Hello, sirs. Hello, sirs. Hello, sirs. Hello, sirs.
Get bleeded on, bitch. Oh,
I'm not sure if I
It
like
is-
the Milady better than my katana, but it's still fun.
it is very fun. String.
String!
Oh my god, it's a dream come true.
It's like the most important item, like, ever.
I couldn't
Dog.
live without that.
Yeah, I still feel like even at max level, Milady has to be like, I have to use it more.
Hmm. What's over here? Oh no, a man.
Oh, no. A magic man.
Magic man. Oh, you're upstairs.
Come back, sir. I know you're here.
I found a liqueur. Next to some murder holes.
Got that guy. A firefly. You would not
get the
believe
upper
your
guy?
eyes. Did I get the
You
hole?
would not believe your
Ladder.
10 million fireflies.
Fireflies.
Flies.
Oh, a glintstone staff. Thanks, game. I was actually just hoping I would get one of those again.
Ow, ow, ow. Why are you shooting me?
Okay. What is up here? What is here that I need to be getting that this game would send me up here?
Just a smithin' stone.
Schmiffin.
Hey, shit.
Just schmiffin.
Oh, fell down.
Just schmiffin. Oh, what you doing?
more
Just
importantly,
schmiffin.
That's where the man was that I murdered.
Oh. This bitch.
Oh, is this a dick?
Yeah, this a dick. I'm the fucking moon.
Don't block me. Use it. Oh!
Yeah. I told you she a dick.
That bitch was fucking one-shotted me. Granted, I was at like 1/3 health, but still,
Don't drink. Don't do it.
First.
Only I can do
Oh
it.
my god. Oh my god. Oh
Okay.
no. Oh no.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Where are you?
Hold on, I've almost got her. I got her. Ah, I got her.
Castle Ensis checkpoint?
Yes.
Is that it? Okay, because I was
yes.
at the market, the market grace.
Oh no.
I was like, ah! Ooh, boy. That was silly.
Oh, she almost got me twice though.
That bitch. This way? You would not believe your eyes. 10 million fireflies. Gigi took the bill into headphone booth. Most excellent. Be excellent to each other. And party on, dudes!
Exactly.
Ooh, it's in here. A room? There's
Oh,
things to...
Rellana's cameo.
A
Face your
cameo?
child and give us a sign. How long must this holy war stretch on? This holy war.
How expensive is that cameo? Is it like $70?
Get it? Sir. Sir. Thank you.
Get wrecked.
Wild stallions.
Wild
Exactly.
stallions. Insert air guitar here. Okay. The man is dead.
Oh, good.
These motherfucking spell ass bitches.
These spellin' bitches.
Spell ass bitches.
How dare they be spellin'? Spellin' like a felon.
Spelling like a
Whoa.
12-year-old spelling bee.
Sir. I would so prefer you don't do that.
Oh, you're just ever so slightly too far away from my blood.
Okay, can we open this? We can!
Woohoo! Woohoo!
Where's that go?
Anything
That just
up here?
goes down. Down.
We're going down, down.
In an earlier round. Sugar, we're going down swinging.
I'll be your number one. We're going down. Oh no, he fell down.
Down, down. Down, down.
Okay, gentlemen, I need you to fucking cool your shit. Oh, ow, ow, fuck you. Dog, dog, dog. Down, down,
Down, down.
and turning around, swinging,
Swinging.
swanging.
Swinging.
We're going down swanging. I mean, never
Oh Lord, there's a man.
Oh no.
Oh Lord, there's a man.
Oh Lord, he coming. Oh, hello. It's a man. Got him.
Got him.
Got him.
Alright, is there
Get-
more men?
Bitch.
Oh, there's a chest in here. No men though. Like that.
Chest
An
room.
imbued sword key. Oh, this is a man. This is a large man. Okay. Let's throw a moon at him. And then we'll throw another moon at him. And then we will throw another moon at him. And then, I know you're not going to see it coming, guys. We're going to throw another moon at him.
Oh fuck! No, don't drink. Oh, you bitch. Oh. Okay.
Oh, he
He
did you
I got absolutely wrecked. I got so wrecked. The most wrecked.
No.
No. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Cock and pull it. We're going down, down.
Oh!
Did you die?
I got greedy.
Okay.
I got greedy. I shouldn't have done what I did.
I've never done that, so yeah. I certainly haven't.
Yeah, how dare you? You ruined the whole thing.
Again.
Me? Me?
It's all my
You ruined the whole
fault.
thing, me?
Mood.
Moon. I know, I like the
Oh my God,
moon.
it's
It's such a good spell.
Far. Run. I have to run so far.
I know, so do I. We're almost there.
I'm gonna wait for you since you also died. I don't want to go running in by myself. The friendship is falling apart. We're on thin ice, baby. I see you.
I'm here.
Hi, bestie.
Hi. Oh my gosh, this dog is like stuck in the wall.
Oh no.
Like his hind legs are stuck in the wall and he's just like, his head's just like dangling.
Oh, he's not for me. He's just chilling like normal for me. That's crazy. That's
And
crazy.
I ran so far away. Away. Exactly. Oh good, he
Oh.
still has not all of his health.
Got my room, baby.
Oh my
Got him.
gosh. Are
Got
you
him.
joking? Oh, so easy. Hi, Rain.
Easy mode.
Alright, here's the
Easy
elevator. Is there anything
mode.
else here?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Okay, elevator.
Ella.
Ella, A,
Hey, her,
A.
Ella,
Ella, A.
hey, her, elevator.
Okay, is this...
Give us a grace,
Grace.
please.
There's a grace ahead. I see it. I see the sparkles.
Sparkle. Oh,
The sparkles.
Touch it.
Touch it. All right, how far away from leveling am I? Because I might want to do it. Oh, I'm like 80k away. Never mind. Whoo, that's two minis. Because there's a boss up here.
I'm like 40k away. Is that close enough?
I mean, that's just a remembrance that you're not going to use.
Yeah, it's only a couple, right?
Mm.
I'm gonna smash.
Like, I'm definitely not going to use this one. Because I don't want either of those weapons.
Like, I could use the Lord's Rune. That's 50,000.
Yeah, you can use any of those. You can use the remembrances too. Like, those will give you the amount of runes that they were worth. I definitely am not going to use that one.
Well, let's give me some more what? Don't
And
want to do more.
then, who else do I not use? Touch grass, not touch grace. Oh, I think I was confused.
Guess what? I'm talented enough that I can do both.
Oh, see?
I know. Guess what?
Guess what?
Guess what?
Guess what? Rest at grace. Okay. I will add one more to my intelligence.
You think
My
Grace
intelligence.
She did.
All right.
She did in fact do that.
Ooh, who
out-
should maybe Mimic? Let's go back to Mimic, I guess, maybe.
Oh yeah,
Are you ready?
I forgot that I changed. Ooh, a Smithin stone. Let me hold on.
A Smithin.
Too.
A stiffin.
Why is it stiffen?
Because it's hard. It's hard to use.
Sorry, I'm a child. Okay.
Okay, there's this. And there's this. Okay.
Oh man, it's gonna be like that this whole fight, is it? Glorious.
This is my favorite new song in the DLC. It's her music.
She's absolutely destroying my Mimic right now.
She's insane. I struggled with her so bad because she's so fast.
Ow! Don't. Oh my god, this whole arena is flickering. I'm gonna die. Ow! Oh! Oh no, that was my Mimic. I thought it was me! You going for me? Oh shit! He did like a wave thing and also... Don't! Ah! That was so much! That was the largest sword that has ever existed!
That's the largest sword that's ever sworded.
It's so large. Oh, what's that?
It's your face too. Yeah. Okay, Mimic. Maybe don't stand that close. Okay, Mimic. Alright, just kill me so we can try again, please.
It just looks like she's having fun swishing her sword.
Did I just have a stroke? No, that's how it's pronounced. What do you mean? Stiffin, smiffin, sniffin stone.
Spiffin,
Stiffin, sniffin, smiffin. I like the two colors. Yeah, these are the swords that I'm gonna get after we beat her. I like them.
It's lovely.
It's lovely. It's lovely.
Lovely.
Yeah, so lore drop chat. She is the younger sister of Rennala, who was the other magic lady in the library that we fought like a long time ago. And she decided to follow somebody else instead of like following the same religion as her sister, and that's why she's here instead of up there. She chose to follow somebody else. We haven't met him yet. Just haven't met you yet. Hey!
Jack shit.
Dang. I love her music. It's so good. The violins. Oh.
Keep being distracted so I can give you all of the bleed damage.
Freeze. No way, no way, no way, no way. Just keep her stuck in the corner there.
Ah! That's fucking... Oh shit, I need my room.
Okay, there's the double.
You got some fire shit.
Oh, wait,
What?
jump.
Is that her
Jump.
own move? Oh
Jump.
my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, hers is a triple.
That was the whole fucking arena.
Yeah.
I mean, that explains why she's called the Moon Knight.
Yeah, the twin Moon Knight is she has 2 moons that she dropped. We did so fucking good that time though. That's when I was like, no way, no way. Like I thought we were just gonna stun lock her in that corner.
It's so distracting. The fucking shadows. It's so distracting.
I don't understand. Like, I just wish there was something we could do to fix it.
I'm trying to power through despite them. I'm doing my best. I mean, I can check my graphics drivers when we finish stream, but I'm pretty sure I just updated them. And it's like, it's only this game.
That's crazy.
So I don't know what it is. A stretch. Ooh, thank you. Not sorry. A stretch was good, but I needed to stretch. Oh, no, no, no. Madam. Look at somebody else, please. Nope. You're like, you thought you could throw moons at us? I'm gonna throw a moon at you, bitch.
Yeah, pretty much. But of course, if you get that spell and you use it on your own, it's not as big as it is with her. Oh, so it's like, it doesn't take up as much air. It's just not fair.
Okay. Oh. Well, that was my first time getting hit, so.
Get back up. Just get my mimic, that's fine.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't quite get the entire arena, but it's a lot of it.
It's a lot, yeah.
Ooh, 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 no, 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 no. Let me heal, please. Okay, okay. Jump.
I was in my moon. I'm so lucky I survived that. I was in my moon when I threw it.
Oh.
We were so close.
Dang it, I thought I was able to dodge it.
We were so close that time.
We were so close.
Come on, Rellana.
I can't even look at it.
Come on, Rellana. Thank you. We got it this time, though. Easy.
Like, we got so close 2 times in a row. There's no way that we don't.
Yeah, we got it.
There's no way.
We got it.
We got it. Nothing to worry about.
We got it.
Yeah?
We got it.
Yeah?
We got it, eh?
Yeah. A?
A?
Gonna crush it, bruv.
Bruv. Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
In it.
In it, yeah.
Oh boy. Oh my god, why is it taking so long to load?
I don't
Hello?
know. Hello?
I swear. This game hates me. Hello?
It's so funny because Elden Ring is one of like the better performing games on my computer because it's like not so stressful.
I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like the loading bar, it's all the way to the end. Okay. Jesus
Yeah, it says
Christ.
you're here now. Yeah, no, I'm good. My throat and my nose are fine tonight. I don't know what the fucking deal was yesterday.
Maybe it was all the fireworks.
I'm not sure, but I like was coughing so bad the first half of stream, and then I did a pump of my inhaler and I stopped coughing, but then suddenly my nose was like a fucking faucet. Like it would not stop running. Like ask chat, I had to blow my nose, like I'm not kidding, probably 30 times during stream.
That would drive me.
It was, I was going crazy. I was like, I don't understand what's going on right now.
Don't. Okay, managed to avoid that. Double swords, double swords. It's so weird. It came out of nowhere. That's what she said. Hopefully not. That would be a problem.
Yeah, I would hope it didn't come out of nowhere.
No, don't look at me. Don't look at me. Oh, no, 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 no. You got explosions in your sword.
Okay. Jump. Jump. Jump.
She threw her swords and then threw the moon at me. That was a bitch move. Ow.
Motherfucking hitless, baby. Motherfucking hitless, baby.
Crushed it. Oh, we got a map.
Motherfucking hitless. Let's go.
Hell yeah. Fucking crushed.
She didn't hit me once. I just threw the moon at her.
Sometimes you just gotta throw the moon at somebody.
Sometimes people just need the moon thrown at them. Let's be real.
Deserved it, honestly.
Yeah, sometimes people just need the moon thrown in their face.
In their fucking face. Oh, my runes. I forgot about my runes.
Good thing we didn't die.
Well, yeah. I mean, I only had like 6,000 since we leveled up
still.
before we went in. So.
But still.
But still.
But still.
Skadoo. Oh yeah, remember
Skadoo
when
Altus.
we were like, maybe we have to go through the castle to get those dudes?
Oh yeah. So there's got to be a way.
Yeah.
Right? Like, can we go around this castle here?
Maybe.
Okay, not there. Don't fall.
Good to know. I was gonna.
Alright, what about...
I was super gonna. What? Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. That was close. Where'd you go?
I went around the edge.
You went around the edge?
Yeah.
Are you fighting somebody? Oh, no, no, no.
No. No, I can't open my thing either. No, I'm not fighting anybody.
Weird. Like,
Is someone
battle
just
music
aggroed to me?
Maybe. Oh, you just got double rated.
Oh, I got triple rated. What's up, Firekeepers?
Oh my god.
Oh, there's a guy right below us.
Oh man.
I'm gonna try it.
I think this is just the.
I died.
That's.
I died.
That's
Hi
the
guys,
man that
welcome in. How did you not fall? Well, I just fell just now, but I didn't fall because gamer. Because gamer. Oh my gosh, hold on. Gigi, give me just a minute to do raid stuff. I'll be back in just a second.
Yo shit.
Hi guys, welcome in. How are you? Thank you so much for the triple raid. That's crazy. What were you guys playing? What were you all playing? Were you all playing Elden Ring together? I had to wake my mouse up, and apparently I clicked on something when I woke my mouse up. Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much. Who do we got here? Rachy Pie, hello, welcome in. TV Man, hello, welcome in. Benny, hello, welcome in. George, hello, welcome in. Centuries, hello, welcome in. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. Sir Bunnington, hello, welcome in, welcome in. You finished your Seamless Co-op playthrough today? That's awesome. I have played Elden Ring a bajillion times. My chat is probably like so overseeing it, but my good friend Giant Geyser, aka Gigi, I convinced her by convinced by forcing the game into her Steam library accidentally somehow, her to play with me. And actually last week we finished her first playthrough for the first time. We got the Ronnie ending for the first time. And this is obviously her first time playing the DLC, but this is only my like second or third time playing the DLC, so it's still a little bit fresh to me. So it's fun that, you know, I was able to guide her through base game Elden Ring, and then we're kind of experiencing the DLC together. Yes, we did. Yeah, she was like, I don't know if I'm gonna want to take a break or whatever. You know, she was kind of like hesitant about Elden Ring in the first place. She was a little nervous about it in the first place. So she was like, I don't know, we might need to take a break before we hop into the DLC. And then we finished and she immediately was like, let's DLC. So it worked out. Thank you guys for those follows. I appreciate it. But let me introduce myself. Let me actually get my raid stuff over with so my poor friend is not just running. I see her literally running in circles over there. But welcome in, raiders. Thank you for being here. If you have not met me before, hello, my name is Krista, or Pink Soul. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck I want. That ranges from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Souls-likes, and everything in between. I do have a little quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to kind of show off what to expect here, see if this is something you might be interested in, just kind of show you what goes on. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! You think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I can see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you, the moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun, bye! It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees!
Get the bees!
Oh
It's like hot dogs. What is happening?
Oh,
I keep finding these boners.
You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajuzhas?
I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you.
He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming.
Thank you so much for the raid, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for thinking of me. Thank you for trusting me with your community. I hope you guys enjoy your time here. And I'm going to hop back into the Discord with Gigi, who has been exploring Scadutree Altis over here by herself. I'm very proud of her. She's so brave. Okay, I'm back. Hello. I see you've been speaking to everybody.
A little bit.
A little bit. A little bit. It's okay. I just like kept getting stuff popping up on my screen. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I mean, it was in my chat, but yeah.
No. I meant like in the game. Things you were picking up.
Oh,
thank you so much for the
gotcha.
follows,
Like,
guys. Thank you.
Yeah. Ask about the horn scent.
Ask about horn scent. Abandon here. My heart. My heart.
I got bored. Mother, I have brought you this mouse that I did kill for you. I'm not the best hunter. Praise me, except later, because deuces. Yes.
Oh my god. Did your cat kill something and bring it to you?
No, she brought me a mouse toy. But she will wander around
Yes,
the
of
house.
course. If any of you need to raid and run, please, by all means, take care of yourself. Do post-stream care, all that jazz. Eat, sleep, all of the above. None of the above.
No, only all of the above.
Only all of the above.
You must eat and sleep.
Yes, and de-stream all at the same time.
Yes.
Made milkshakes with homemade Oh, Nikki, how come you're always making such delicious stuff when I'm streaming and then like I can't have any?
It's fucking rude.
Oh, I know. What's this? It's a giant. Wait, what is this? Why is this giant just chilling in here?
But yes, I did talk to people. I got bored, and so I started wandering.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Like I said, I've only played the DLC like twice, so I'm still figuring it all out too.
I didn't wander very far.
No, you didn't go too far, which is good.
I was like, I can't keep going. I gotta stay close, or I'm gonna die.
Wait, why do I have runes?
What do you mean?
I have runes to pick up?
Yeah, because you fell to your death at when the raid happened.
Oh, when I was trying to like see if I can parkour on the side of the building.
Yeah.
That's right. That was so brave of me.
It was so brave. Oh my god.
That was so brave of me.
Like, wow.
Listen, I've seen speedrunners do it, okay? I know you can get down here. I'm just not good at it.
I'm pretty sure we were there though. That's just a place in the castle, isn't it?
I don't know. Is it?
I'm pretty sure we both died to that man earlier. I'm pretty sure that's the same man that killed us.
Maybe. Okay, so then how do I get back over now?
Did you make it?
Well, I didn't go down. I just went around.
Oh. Wait, are your runes down there?
But no, I got my runes. Oh, okay. Yeah. They were at the edge, closer to the edge, and I'm about to break.
I'm so afraid to go back.
Oh, that goat was just floating.
It's a flying goat.
A flying goat.
A flying goat.
It's flying. Just need to try. I know her chicken chili, but that was from literally last week. That was last time we played Elden Ring. Oh my gosh, why are they just dropping from the sky?
Flying goats. Okay. Okay. Listen.
Oh god.
I already did that once and I managed to not die, but I wasn't convinced that I could do it a second time.
Whoa! Wow! Whoa!
Oh no.
Oh my god, he like did like an upward slash and then a downward slash, and he killed my horse and me.
Oh no.
That was
tried to-
crazy.
Did not work. Don't worry, I avenged you.
Thank you.
You've been avenged.
Avenge.
You've been avenged.
Yippee. Yippee, I just died. No, I know that's not. I know that's not what he said. I know. I know.
maybe
But
it
I
was.
read it in that order, therefore.
Maybe it was because you died.
What you ate before you oh, isn't that the worst?
I hate that.
I hate forgetting stuff in the fridge and then like finding it after and you're like, man, I wanted this.
There's another fireman.
I know. We need to get the things. You can throw things into them and kill them much easier. There's a man.
Oh, there's 3 men here. Oh no, I made a bad
Wait, where did
choice.
you go? Oh, you went that way.
Up.
Okay.
Got distracted. Oh no. Okay.
Okay, I see.
Ooh, apparently my blood shit can hit multiple people.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. You betcha.
Oh yeah.
I think I knew that, but I don't think there have been many situations where it's actually like
Been
happened.
effective. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I got them. They're dead now.
Oh good. I'm so glad you did murdering.
Bug man. Him's on fire. It's the Notre Dame.
It's the
Dame.
Notre Dame.
Yeah. Looks a little bit like the Notre Dame Cathedral.
It's a little Notre Dame. Whoa, 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 whoa,
Whoa, whoa,
Whoa.
whoa,
whoa,
whoa.
whoa,
Okay.
whoa,
That was
whoa, whoa,
Oh no. Fuck you.
whoa,
Don't hit my horse.
whoa.
Oh, whoa.
That was crazy.
Crazy. That was ridiculous. Oh my god.
Whoa. Oh, there's a man in here. I remember this. Thank you for killing that. That.
It attacked
very
you.
scary.
I am here to defend you.
Yeah,
How
there's
dare
somebody
it.
Queeline in here. Queeline and his stupid haircut with his
Quinine?
dumb. He
We're
has
gonna-
the dumbest haircut I've ever seen in my life.
We're gonna protect against fucking measles with quinine. Is it measles? No, I'm thinking of the wrong thing. What is it that you
Bro,
get?
stop rolling. How much stamina do you have?
You get from fucking mosquitoes? Not measles. Oh, you whore. You get it from mosquitoes in like jungle areas.
It's not E. coli.
No.
It's
It starts with an M, right? No, you whore.
How many does he have?
That's not real.
Oh,
Oh,
malaria.
yeah, that's the one. That's the one. You think-
Malaria.
That's why gin and tonics became such a popular thing, is because tonic used to have like quinine in it. I don't know if it still does or not, but if it does, it's a much.
Wait, are we saying this because you thought his name was Quinine and not Qualine?
No, because you said what his name was, and then I thought it sounded like quinine, and then I was making a joke because of his name,
Oh.
and then I started talking about malaria.
What a wonderful segue.
Listen,
Okay.
I've
Well,
never
it says there's
said
a
that
map
I
right here. Let's see if there is one.
thought train. So that's where gin and tonics come from.
Ah.
People used to
So
cut
did
their
people
tonic bars.
did people drink it because they thought that it would protect them from mosquitoes?
Yeah.
Makes sense, I
I mean,
suppose.
quinine does help, like, to an extent. I mean, obviously, other things work better now, but back in the day, people were like,
Back in the
"Oh,
day.
this is
Oh my
the
gosh,
shit.
there's a man on a horse.
I saddle on my horse and I murder this man. He's got some fire and I'm gonna stab his face. Also, maybe his horse. I'm gonna stab him on my horse.
It's
Save
a
a
beautiful,
horse.
beautiful country rendition of that System of a
Save
Down
a
song.
horse, man.
You feeling okay today?
No. I told you I was in a weird mood.
I see. I see that.
Oh boy. That's your new jam? You're welcome.
It's in this camp. Oh my gosh, why are there so many of these men? Chat, why are there always so many men?
Ow. Don't.
Don't do it.
I don't like it.
Okay, killed him. And then I think there's another one here on this horse over here.
One is too many, one men.
That's the real question. I know, and they just keep coming back.
It's horrible.
What
Oh,
are you
another
gonna
man.
do? It's a magic man. It's a magic man. What? He avoided everything.
Ow. Well, that time he hurt me.
What if I throw a moon at him?
Ow. This bitch.
You can't be trusted as an adult. She'll learn when she's older. Oh my god. Somehow I did that. Somehow Palpatine returned.
Hell yeah, you crushed it.
Okay, which way were we going? Let's go in this camp.
I definitely can't be trusted as an adult.
Listen, making my own choices means not good choices.
At some point, you have to make the choice between eating something healthy or not eating. And sometimes...
There are tree sentinels in the DLC, yes.
And sometimes eating a chocolate chip cookie is a better choice than not eating anything for dinner.
You know, sugar is also a necessary part of one's diet. They will like to tell you otherwise, but it is important to get sugar. You need energy, carbohydrates, you know.
Well, I mean, glucose is important for your body in general.
See? She'll just have to learn.
And also joy.
And also joy, yeah.
Who could put a price on joy?
1 pack of Chips Ahoy. 1 pack of Chips Ahoy.
Chips Ahoy?
There's nothing in here? Whoa. Ah! There's a big bear!
I'm dead.
Oh no!
I was just chilling through the tents. I didn't see it coming. All of a sudden there was a fireball. I couldn't even dodge it.
I didn't know he could just like absolutely obliterate the tents, to be fair.
You said there's a big man and I was like, oh, I'll come help you. And then I was dead.
Yeah. That's Elden Ring.
With no warning.
Alright, is there another Grace? Anywhere? Anywhere? Whoa, I'm in a tree. I don't know how that just happened. Okay, that was crazy.
Okay, sir, please continue being distracted so I can get my runes back, because I had like 140,000.
Alright, I need... No. No, come on. Torrent!
My runes back.
There's gotta be a Grace.
Gonna kill me 'cause I'm gonna get my runes.
No Grace. No bitches.
No bitches. There's my runes. Well, where are you?
No bitch. The whole brain needs sugar.
A Scadutree.
A Skadooch, where?
Where the man is.
No.
I know. I'm sorry. I understand. I understand that you have a lot of fire and you're really proud of your fire.
Listen, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Please stop.
Could you just just like for a second.
My horse. All right, where the man is, you say?
Yeah, there's in the middle of like, it's right where my runes were. Like where the opening to the area is normally.
I found it. Skadooch.
Okay. Oh, he's coming for you.
No. Please don't.
Him stomping.
Him is stomping. He's not happy.
He's throwing a little tantrum.
Widowy, a tantrum.
A tantrum. Look at all these men. Gertrude down. How dare you?
The bot calling you out.
Well, he's
A bear.
Hello, sir.
There's
Excuse
so
me?
many bears over here.
Bears. I'm fighting men. Ow! I already killed you. How did you do that? Oh no, it wasn't him. It was a different man. Okay. I'm hiding. I'm behind a tent. You can't see me.
I'm not sure that works.
Being behind a tent?
I mean, just him like not seeing us. Like he's very tall.
Oh no, there's a different man that I was
Oh,
fighting.
not that man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an actual boss over there. I'm not fucking with that.
Where you are? A bear.
Oh, you're coming this way.
Yeah, I found your little icon and I was like,
Okay.
I'm gonna go see Pete.
Okay.
A bear.
You're coming.
Oh! There's a clip there.
Okay, so we should kill these little bears, and then we should go kill the big boss bear over there. Yeah.
Your horse doesn't exist.
My horse does not exist. The limit does not exist.
The limit
Right.
is your horse.
There's two little baby bears over here.
I like bye
Baby bears. Hey, baby bear. Bear, 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 bear.
Oh no. I don't know what's happening anymore. I'm so sorry.
I'm not. Can't touch that bear.
Can I touch that dog? Can I touch that dog?
All right, and then there's a big old red bear in here, and he's a boss.
A big old
I
red
remember
bear.
that.
Ow.
He's a boss. From Bingo Brawlers Season 4.
I'm sorry?
The Elden Ring bingo I watch.
Oh.
Is it Merida's brother? It's about to be dead. Bear? Hey, bear? Hey,
Get
bear?
bleeding on! Oh, he came right for me!
Oh my god!
Okay.
Wow.
He didn't like that moon. He's like, I'm gonna lash out at the first person I see. Well. Now that's a bear. That's a dark bear right there.
Oh. Well.
Okay. Well.
Well.
That could have gone better.
That was fine.
That was so great.
I just have to immediately get my runes.
Yeah, it had 144,000.
Yeah, maybe we should just get our runes and run and then come back.
No, I want to murder him.
I know, but I have so many runes.
My so many rooms.
My so many runes.
Okay, we can run and then come back.
Okay. Good, because he's not aggro to me right now. Wait, where's the closest freaking Grice? All the way over there? Wait, how was there not a Grace by this cross? Nah, son, that can't be right.
Oh my god. He's looking at me. Oh, he's so mad at me. He's so mad at me. Oh
Okay.
my god. Okay, don't worry. I ran away. I ran away. I ran away. I ran away.
Okay. Let's go.
Oh god. My so many runes. I was like, my runes were in the very middle. Like there was no way to avoid him.
Oh, yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
Hey, bear.
A little bear. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you, little bear. I'm gonna kill you with my sword.
Oh, those mesmer things definitely glow.
Yeah.
Real easy to say.
Where are you? I lost you.
I think I'm going to a grace. Yeah, there's a grace right here. Yeah, the grace.
Guys.
Yeah, the grace. Didn't touch the grace. Touch the grace.
Oh my god.
Touch the grace. You can like level your Scadutree as well. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, I need 20,000 more.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I know that I need like a shit ton, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do 30,000 just to be safe.
Oh, hi, Grace.
Oh, Grace.
Oh, hi, Grace.
Oh my god. Oh wow.
Oh my gosh, fireworks. Are you joking?
No.
No, don't pass that level up.
Ooh, I got 2?
Okay.
And a level up. 173,000 runes.
Runes. All right, now we can go kill that fucking bear.
That fucking bear.
That fucking bear.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Let's kill that fucking bear.
Let's murder him. It's so foggy.
It's so foggy. Yeah, we could always just we could pass time. It might change the weather a bit.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the fireworks. The fireworks. Oh no, wrong way. Wrong way. Yes, this way and then more around. Dude, these things glow so crazy. So easy to see so far away. Hmm?
So crazy.
So crazy. Alright, fucking bear. I feel like my AC is just not doing it.
I'm so tired.
You tired?
Yeah.
We don't have to go as late as we normally do. I'm totally cool with that. Oh my gosh, sir! I just got here.
Haven't even said hello yet.
I had just got here.
Okay, buddy. Oh no. You switch targets in the middle of that.
Yeah. Can you frost, please, sir? Oh no, he's gonna hit me. No.
Okay. 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 Oh, there goes my minute.
Oh, there's this frost. Okay.
Oh!
Oh, there's Gigi.
Okay. There goes Gigi. She is dead again.
Come on, bear. Come on, bear. Thank you.
That's
Hey,
how
bear.
he killed me. Yeah. He killed me with the ground.
He killed me with the ground.
He used the ground and murdered me.
It's okay. We will rock him.
On a yellow board, make a big noise, being on the street.
Exactly. Exactly. Blood on your face.
Got blood on your face. Big disgrace. Chaos can all over. Anyway.
I bet I will never get raids from any of these people ever again. Right now, they're in their Discords going, I'm so sorry.
Hey. Grace, what?
Is Grace still watching Critical Role?
Yeah, she's going through campaign 3.
Ah. And I can do Juan More Moon.
Hi, Andy. Oh, he's
Hi, Andy.
somebody's mimic. Hello. Hi. Ow. He just
Oh,
yelled
nice.
at
I don't know who just
He
did that, but
yelled
that was
at
nice.
to death.
He yelled you to death? Wait, you're dead? Oh, he's so close.
I know, I had like 3/4 of my health bar, and he yelled and killed me.
Oh.
Like, I didn't think that yelling at me would get rid of all of my health.
No, Grace, we won't ignore you. I just want context to the ah.
It's okay. That's all the context that I usually get. And then I'm like, critical role. And that's it. You're just gonna be, everything is connected, Grace. Everything is connected all of the time.
All the time. All the connections.
Remember when I told you that you needed to watch Calamity in the time of C3? I told you. I'm not a liar.
But I ain't calling you
not
a
a liar.
truther.
Oh, snap.
Oh, snap.
I don't think I did, but it's okay. I only had like 1,000.
I was gonna say, we shouldn't have had runes left. Or at least not many. Hello?
This bit.
Please ignore me.
You got cake? Amazing. What kind of cake did you have? Was it a chocolate cake?
A chocolate cake. I want cake.
No,
No.
I love a good red velvet cake, but not like in a full cake, because that can be too much. I like red velvet cupcakes and like red velvet cookies.
Velvet.
Velvet?
Velvet?
Oh, I got him to bleed real good. Yeah, that's what he did, and then I died.
That's crazy. Don't yell at me. That's mean.
If you yell at me, I will simply perish. Oh, shit. I'm right here. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, damn.
Okay, he's weak to magic right now. Okay, or not.
Oh,
Get
I'm still alive.
murdered, better!
Get deaded, bitch.
Oh,
Let
that
it
was
be
so
filled.
good. How many runes?
Hat
That's
is-
so
hat is-
many runes.
Enough for a level. Perfect.
That's so many runes.
Parfait.
Cake pops. Pops on pops on pops.
Yep, I totally didn't get my runes last time, but that's okay. Like I said, it was only 1,000.
I was gonna say it shouldn't have been a lot.
Yeah, no. My not very many runes.
My not many runes.
My only a couple of runes.
Why are there so many of these
Songs
knights?
about rainbows.
What kind of icing? Well, red velvet needs buttercream. It's like
No,
the
it
rules.
needs cream cheese.
That's yes. Cream cheese, not buttercream. Don't ever listen to words I say. because I'm usually wrong.
Well, only listen to the words you say that are correct.
Or only listen to the words I say that are the right words. Exactly. Oh, another skadooch. Oh, we can fight this man.
Oops, skadoosh. I'm gonna level up first, though.
Yeah, we're gonna level up and then we're gonna fight this man.
Level up.
Oh my god, I need 321 runes.
Oh my god, that's insane. Find the smallest
Are you fucking
rune that you
serious
have.
right now?
As far as icing is concerned, it depends on the cake that I'm eating. Like, if it's red
yeah.
velvet, then I do cream cheese frosting, but that's kind of the only
If it's
time
red
when
velvet, then you use buttercream cheese.
Yes. Buttercream cheese?
Buttercream cheese, exactly. Because you said cream cheese frosting and I said buttercream.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much for the follow.
Get
That's a very
followed.
funny screen name. Benny Situation. It's funny. Very funny. I approve. Alright, switch to... What is it? May the best win? Where is that? There it is. Alright, are you ready to fight this man?
What man?
This man right here.
I see all these little men.
No,
Where-
this NPC man.
Oh, this man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait.
Sir.
Do I have to do... I did it. Do I have to do it again? Was it not close enough to him?
I say talk and I only get an ellipses.
Yeah, you're supposed to do that. Alright, maybe let's rest real quick. Because you're supposed to be able to do that emote and challenge him.
Do what emote?
The May the Best Win emote that Leda gave us.
He's not doing it.
He's
do you
not
do an
doing it. Did you
I don't even
rest
know
just now?
Yeah. Oh, I can rest again.
Yeah.
Benny Situation.
I know, it's a very funny name.
Live. That's good. That's good.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Alright, let's try it again. Hello, sir? Fight me?
Hello, sir. Your hat is very flat.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe you can't do it in multi. That stupid...
Maybe we both.
Oh, yeah, maybe if we both do it.
Switch. What was it called?
It's called May the Best Win.
How are these organized? Oh, nah. No, that's not what I wanted to do. May the best win. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Go.
Oh, shit. Nope.
Yeah, maybe it's broken.
Probably. You have returned.
Welcome back, driver.
God, welcome back.
Came from kind of came from Jersey Shore, but I'm not like him. Oh, like the situation. Isn't he a DJ now?
I mean, that only makes sense. Excuse me, dog. Excuse me, dog.
Dogga?
Dog. Favorite cake with milk, coffee, ice cream, or nothing at all? Well, I don't like coffee.
What?
Nor do I drink milk.
What?
Listen.
All the best things in the world.
Ow. Get bleed.
Alright, it's kind of funny that my one attack just like just murders everything.
Ow,
You live in the South and you don't like tea?
You don't like
gosh.
tea. Oh my god.
You don't like tea? But you'll drink tea with milk? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like tea either, though, to be fair.
What do you like, Gigi?
I don't know. Nothing.
Gigi has no joy in life.
That is true. That is correct. It also, like, I'll eat whatever cake is presented to me, but I like board games and D&D. I mean, that is correct.
That's
do
true.
like those.
That is true.
That is very accurate. And I like I said, I like red velvet cake. I don't really do like desserts very often. I'm not a big fan of cobbler. This dog doesn't like my opinions.
I don't like your opinions.
I know, that's very fair. People get very.
Oh
What
my
do you mean you
gosh, they're
don't
doing
like...
it right outside my door right now.
What's outside? Oh, the fireworks.
Yeah. A
Here's the
huge
thing, I
desserts
like
person. Mm.
But
Oh my god.
die?
No, he just scared the piss out of me. I'm probably gonna die though.
Here, I will protect. Oh. Or I'll die myself. One of those two things is true. I literally just healed. I like desserts, but I don't do desserts super often. Like, I don't keep them around.
Oh shit.
Like, I like a good chocolate brownie, but it has to be, like, super fudgy.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I killed him. Bluebell cookie two-step goes crazy. Bluebell in general goes hard. I had not experienced the amazingness of Bluebell until I moved down south. Not that they don't have it up north, it's like very predominant down here. And yeah, it's delicious. They have an oatmeal cookie one, and it tastes just like those little Debbie cookies. It's very good. You don't like those, I'm sure.
Nope, I sure don't.
Yeah. Millennium Crunch. I don't think I've had that one or seen that one, maybe. Oatmeal cream pies, yeah. Well, you know, that's kind of deserved for your opinions.
Wow! Wow!
Not liking anything and having no joy. No, that was mean. That was mean. That was mean. That was mean.
Now I really have no joy.
Oh.
I didn't know there was a cliff there. I was just going to hang out with you, and then all of a sudden I fell to my death.
I'm just killing, honestly. I still like sweets, just not as much. I love sweets.
I almost just did it again. Oh my god. Wow, driver. Wow. Wow. I came out here to have fun, and honestly, sweets. I feel so attacked right now.
Do you?
Honestly? Yeah. Driver thinks that I deserve to die for not liking all of the desserts.
I just feel like you have no joy.
Well, we already knew that.
Oh, Okay.
Did you just do what I did? Did you just fall into the mysterious cliff?
Well,
that
like I did, but I didn't fall. I just slid. I just like slid off of nothing.
Now what's your excuse, huh?
I just slid.
No, it's fine. No, but I have no joy, so I deserve to fall to my death.
Little peanut butter on a honey bun? I have never put peanut butter on a honey bun.
I don't know if I've ever had a honey bun, but I bet I wouldn't like it.
Oh my god.
That's where death is.
Yeah, this is where I slid, and now I need my runes. Okay. But we have to go down here, so how do we go down further? Like, we have to go down here.
There's got to be like platforms we can jump jump on or something. Excuse me, my Winnie the Pooh came out for a second. I apologize. I don't like bread pudding.
Guys, just stop naming foods.
I don't like cinnamon. Anything that has cinnamon in, I'm not a big fan of. But I do like cinnamon rolls. Which is weird. Could you stop with the fucking fireworks? It's not even dark yet. Oh my god.
I just want the Scadutree, please, 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 please.
Please, please, don't murder me.
I got the Scadutree. Let's go.
And please, 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 don't make me dead. I just want to keep living.
Imagine if Gigi didn't like Sonic. I feel like...
Listen, so I like 3 things from Sonic. I like the cherry limeade.
Mm-hmm.
I like the like cheesy tots.
Mm-hmm.
I like 2 things from Sonic. Ow! You threw it at me. I just said what they are.
Yes. I heard. I heard you say it there. Wow, sir. Sir.
Sir. Got him. Cherry lime and vodka, that sounds delicious.
Okay, so how go down? Oh wait, here's a thing. Is this the same though? It is the same, okay. So we have to go down, but I don't see...
There has to be a way. Heartbreak is one thing. My ego's another. I beg you, don't murder me, motherfucker. You might be able to jump down to that ledge from there, but I don't trust it.
What ledge?
What ledge? That ledge, obviously.
That ledge. There's a little ledge here too. Let's see. Nope, we slide. Okay.
Okay, well, that's about where the ledge that I was talking about was. So clearly I was wrong.
Okay, so... There's got to be something we're not seeing.
There has to be a way. Gigi's like, I like grass. Sometimes I'm allergic to grass. Sometimes grass gives me hives. Not since I was a lot younger, but I'm just saying. People say touch grass, and I'm like, that's a little bit offensive, actually. That's actually a little ableist. Oh my god, everything is fucking freaking out right now. Okay. I don't see... Oh no. Well, we now know for sure that you can't get to that ledge from up there. Because that's the ledge I was talking about. I'm just standing up here watching. I'm looking for a way down, and I'm just watching you jump around. Jump around.
Jump around.
Jump around.
Jump around.
Jump up and get down, and dead. There's definitely like a path, I think, that comes, or is that just rocks? That might be rocks. Oh, hello, sir. Is there a way from here? I can't tell. No, that's just a. Oh no.
Okay, now.
There has to be. Maybe. Can you do it from torrent? Like, can you jump down and then double jump near the very end? Did you already get your runes?
Yeah.
Okay. Using your bathroom. It was part of early Prime deals. I don't like Jeff Bezos listening to me in the bathroom, especially.
No.
Did that work? Oh no. Thought maybe the double jump.
Oh wait, there's like, hold on. Okay, I mean that only helped in the sense that maybe there's another area we go lower.
That's what I was thinking, because it kind of looks like there may be pathways coming out of the walls, but it's hard to tell.
Right, give me my runes again.
Runes get. Use
Runes
the grocery list
gotten.
feature. That's fair. I put my grocery list in my bullet journal. So I was trying to use it to like.
Here.
Where's? Wait, where are you? Where did you go?
Right here. Hello. 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 Here.
Are you up? Are
I'm
you
up.
Down? You're up. Oh my god, I don't see you at all. Oh no. Oh no, I'm trapped forever. Where the fuck are you?
Are you below? Where are you?
I'm like uppish. Here, I'll go down these stairs and I'll...
Oh, here.
I found you!
Yay! Okay, this way. This
where I
way!
died.
This way!
This isn't where I died. It's adjacent to where I died.
What? Dog!
That was very funny. The glasses and you pushing them back up after I said I put my grocery list in my bullet journal. Yeah. Excuse me, I put my grocery list in my bullet.
Actually, I put mine in my bullet journal because it's smarter and more efficient, actually.
For tracking my meals.
It saves on paper because paper's bad for the environment, actually.
Actually, and that way I don't use technology. I just write
And
it
then
onto
Jeff
the-
Bezos can't hear me speaking.
I mean, that's
Actually,
I don't want Jeff Bezos to hear me speaking. But that's not why I use a bullet journal. I did it because it's cute. Okay? Where the fuck am I? To be fair, we're not making fun of nerds in general. We're just making fun of me for being a nerd.
I should have just waited for you. I should have just waited for you.
Oh my god.
I went to go look because I was waiting for you to make your way down
Downtown.
in an earlier round.
That's a different song.
I know, but I wanted to I wanted System of a Down instead.
Instead of System of a Down?
Instead of System of a Down, yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you could possibly choose between two excellent System of a Down songs.
I know, it's true. They just have totally different vibes, you know?
Yeah. Oh, that looks like death. I'm not gonna go that way. I just see Agnes has died. Like, okay. Did I transfer my gravity problems to
No,
you?
I'm getting like, I'm just like being nosy and like looking places, and that's how I'm dying.
What, looking places in an open world
I
game?
know.
Crazy. Golden Horn Tender.
Alright, did you go all the way down?
Golden Horn is so tender. No, I grabbed the Golden Horn Tender.
Right, but where?
Right here. I think you went past me. I haven't gone anywhere. I waited for you to come back because I was scared. Oh yeah, you're down there. Okay, hang on, I'm coming. I'm coming
Okay.
to help. I want the world to know.
Golden arcs. Ooh,
I'm coming out to
look at that fire.
Oh, that looks like death. I'm not gonna go that way. Ooh. There's nothing there.
Oh, but we go that way, I bet. But wait, what killed me? Oh, I can't even go look now. There was another drop that just, like, doesn't fucking go anywhere.
Well, there's definitely a drop right here.
Yeah, for sure.
If you fell from, like, here, that would kill you.
Ooh, a tunnel.
Driver, you should be so embarrassed. There are no other nerds here.
Definitely not.
Certainly not on Twitch.tv.
Certainly not. Oh, wait, that's an out. But wait, we can continue to go. But why does this go out?
But is it out?
It looks
is it
like
just-
it's out.
Or is it just up?
Or it could just be up. It's true.
Is it dust?
At least
or is
I'm
it
not
a
an
speck?
armor engineer. It's true. Imagine being an armor engineer, IRL.
When it's underwater, does it get wet? Or does the water get it instead? Particle man! Particle man!
What is this ladder?
Well, it's rungs suspended by rope. And then you can use it to go up or down.
Bonnet village.
Bonablage. Water isn't wet. I mean, technically that's true. Ooh, a skadoosh blessing.
A skadooch.
Skadoosh. Skadoosh.
Skadooch. Alright, so... Bonnie Village, we should probably come back to, and we should probably continue doing what we were doing here.
Look at all those jars. Oh no, I'm having jar flashbacks.
It is suddenly wet.
Touches air.
Listen.
Hmm. That that's
Are you gonna actually us?
That's what she said.
Oh. It's kind of the same.
Are you gonna actually us?
Because there isn't even anything here. That, like, is the way to go. That's so funny.
Well, okay.
Well, we can just go up, I guess. Driver's right. Water isn't wet until it touches air. Nobody here with a Star Trek communicator noises their text communication sound. Mine used to be the Power Rangers thing, but people used to be like, "Is that Kim Possible?" And I would be like, "You fucking Neanderthals."
Mine was the Kim Possible.
But right, but then if people are like, "Is that Kim Possible?" It would be right. But mine was not Kim Possible. It was Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. No. Do.
Oh, that one. Oh, that was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My bad. I'm an idiot.
Greater
To be
Potato.
fair, it's very close. Potato.
The
I mean,
Greater Potato.
I prefer my potatoes to be lesser than you. Oh my god, stop dodging my blood! Oh, you whore. Oh, sure. I stopped throwing blood at you for 1
Greater
second.
Potato dead. Whoa.
That's not you for being a greater potato instead of a lesser potato. Should have thought of that. Should have thought of that. Oh, his eyeballs were glowing.
Well, he has extra roonies when he glows.
Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Shoot it, need it, needle
No,
toodles.
no, 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 no.
Oh, no, 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 no,
no, no. No, 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 no.
What is happening right now?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't fucking know.
I'm sorry. I infected you with my weird energy. I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
Is it?
No, it's too late now. We're 3 hours into stream.
Yeah. I just wanted whatever was on top of this jar.
Jar. Tootin' Mootin' Needle Teetles. Tootin' Mootin' Needle Teetles. Exactly. That's my favorite show as a child.
Teetles. Teetles in a hoof shoe.
You guys remember Big Bad Beetleborgs? Beetle Battle Beetleborgs? You don't remember Big Bad Beetleborgs? What?
It might be before my time.
It was like around the time of Power Rangers. Like Power Rangers and Big Bad Beetleborgs and VR Troopers were all like a thing at the same time. The teenage heroes with attitude genre, you know.
So I just heard you guys and laughed and said I feel that and walked away. You know what? That feels like the correct reaction.
I mean, we're fucking entertaining. Of course you're gonna laugh. What you mean?
Duh.
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 Also, I have the first sketch of Optimus Prime, by the way.
Oh my gosh. I'm so excited.
Yeah. She sent it to me yesterday.
Is it glorious?
It's fantastic. She sent me a bunch of Optimus Primes, and she's like, which Optimus Prime? And I was like, obviously, like, the original. Like, the most robot-y looking robot one.
Right. The sexiest robot of them
The
all.
sexiest robot of all.
But no titties.
No titties.
No
It's just Optimus Prime. Like, it's just Optimus Prime,
Prime.
guys.
Optimus Prime is sexy on his own. He doesn't need additional titties.
It's hot out there for a hoe, you know?
So stupid.
Hi, Rain. I love you. Did they draw it? Yeah. Yeah. It's only the first sketch, though. So, like, it's still gonna, you know, get some updates and stuff. But it's pretty funny so far.
You just hear titties? Were you not here for the Optimus Prime swimsuit?
No, I don't think Driver was here for that.
The Optimus Prime swimsuit edition? Suddenly I'm in a motherfucking... Did you just die?
Samurai Cyber Squad. I don't think I remember that. Was some of the Lawrence brothers? Was it the only Lawrence brother that matters? Matthew Lawrence?
Okay. I was like, which Lawrence brother?
Lawrence brother?
I mean, Joey Lawrence is okay.
Whoa.
He's right. Whoa.
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 But
I
yeah.
liked the era of like ABC Family when it was just like Joey Lawrence and Melissa Joan Hart in everything.
In everything, yeah. And then they actually had a show, Melissa and Joey, and I was like, oh, very original name there.
Mm-hmm. There's a little ash down here.
An Aish?
An ash.
Okay, I'm coming.
You just have to fall into the canyon.
A canyon.
A canyon. That show, Melissa and Joey, it was alright. It was an ABC Family show, so it was very, like, formulaic.
Did anybody watch Seventh Heaven?
Yes. Do you remember the marijuana episode?
Dude, I remember the episode where they thought that the little one was like a fucking terrorist. And they got like, they were being investigated in the airport, and the father like does like a sermon and like prays away like the accusation of them being a terrorist.
Did you get your ash? Oh, the
Yes.
potato's back!
Yes.
How's
It's a
the
different potato. It's a different potato. Yay.
How are there no potatoes? That's...
I don't know. Did you... I think he just threw a rock at you.
He totally just threw a fucking rock at me and I died. Clearly, I didn't have enough.
Oh my god.
Gigi, what do you enjoy? I enjoy a lot of things. I'm sorry. The silence of death. Oh boy. The shocked and stunned silence of being absolutely offended. Did you get your ace?
Yes,
Okay.
I got my ace.
I'm sorry, I asked and then I died, okay?
Yes, I got my ace.
How the fuck do I get out of here?
Oh, that was so funny. The sound of silence. Yeah, that silence was deafening too, which is very funny. Nice ash, thanks. It's
Oh my god.
it's
I worked
revered.
really hard to get this ash.
It's revered. Hello?
Hello?
For pity's sake, your place is in the jar. Nigh sainthood itself awaits you within. For shamans like you, this is your lot. Life were you quartered for this alone. Oh, that's kind of fucked up. The System of a Down song is good. Yeah. The Sound of Silence by System of a Down. Pretty good. Oh, I see a Grace. I'm gonna go touch it.
Go touch the grace. Go touch it on its grace.
A tandem mouse, guys.
Hefty cracked pot. Oh man!
Hefty.
Hefty, hefty,
Hefty,
hefty.
hefty, hefty. Bounty, bounty, bounty.
I like the. Oh no, another potato! Don't jump on me! You're a potato! How.
Oh
the
no, another
fuck?
potato.
He's just rolling.
Oh my gosh, I'm coming to help with the potato.
Oh my god. Oh, you're gonna need to help me with the potato.
I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Leave my friend alone, you stupid potato.
You stupid potato!
Potato?
I was laughing too hard at my stupid potato joke, and then I died.
Oh my god.
It wasn't even that good of a joke!
Potato.
Driver, I don't like sweet potatoes.
Oh my, she doesn't fucking like anything, don't you know?
But I love regular potatoes. I love baked potatoes. I love mashed potatoes. I like potato fries.
Oh, gosh.
Listen, I'm just out here doing my best. Did you kill the potato?
I did kill the potato.
Thank you for avenging me.
You're welcome. Oh, mother. Did you get oh, mother?
I'm just a girl who doesn't like certain things, okay?
Did you get it?
Okay, what?
Oh, mother.
What?
Oh, mother. It's a gesture. I just picked it up right here. Did you get it?
Oh, see nothing. There's nothing here.
Yeah, it did that to me and Yaga too when we did it.
I don't see nothing. There's nothing here.
Okay, yeah, it did it to me and Yaga. For some reason, I think that's a 1. I think that's only 1. Like, just one of the two of us picks it up. Because you just have to use it to open a door.
You got it.
Yeah.
I trust you.
Yeah.
I trust you to open the door.
Thank you. I can do it. I can do the door.
The world. That's all that you let me be.
Bro.
I'm just a guy.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh, let's continue going this way.
I'm so sorry. Can you get negative views on a stream on YouTube?
Oh my gosh. What in the holy fuck is going on today? What do you mean? This is totally normal.
I mean, it is for my streams, not gonna lie. Yes, that's fair. It is a little bit extra even for my streams. Like I said, I'm in a weird mood. What was that sound? What was that sound?
Somewhere a great rune has broken to a powerful charm.
Oh, no. Did you already touch this grace?
Yeah.
Okay.
You should touch it.
I should touch it?
Oh, I forgot about those. Oh my god. Yeah, you can touch them. I just fucking died.
I got the new Ash Blessing. Can I level up yet? No. I need like 60,000.
I know. But we start getting like way more. I see my runes ahead.
Chicago Red, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome into this clusterfuck free. I apologize.
Are you sure about that?
Wow, okay. Listen, don't you get scared away my followers. I'm sorry.
Thank you for following my friend. Please don't leave.
Sometimes you're just chilling and you have weird energy, okay? It's not my fault. Where'd you go?
I'm just following the road. I haven't left the road.
There's so many wolves. So many wolves. A man. It. Oh, you jumped. Okay, okay.
I did,
okay,
but where does it go? Just up here? That's it?
Ah!
Oh, it's to help us beat these guys. Okay. So if we make the right stuff,
Oh my god.
we can just throw it in their heads and kill them.
Ah! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. He's throwing so much fire at me.
I'm just following the road. Where's the road taking us?
I'm right behind you.
Where is the road taking us?
It's to where we need to be.
Oh, Grace.
It's where we belong.
It's taking us to a
The
Grace. Hooray. Okay.
Both touched it.
Ooh, okay, we can go this way. To Menace Celis or something?
Gondor calls for aid! What's over here? I got distracted.
Ah, I found the road again. On the road again. We're on the road again. No, don't touch
Ooh,
me.
there's a church. Ooh, with a silver. Why do I need this to jump onto a church? Oh. Oh, for fuck's sake! How many tries does it take to jump? I can't jump.
Oh, it's a spirit. It's a sealed one. Hold on. I'll come help you. You have to find the rock that breaks that.
There's a pupe in it.
Can you hit that?
No, it was definitely ethereal.
Okay, then you have to hit the one that breaks that. But I just marked this Grace. I'm coming to you now.
Okay. There's a pupe in it.
Yeah, it's the new spirit spring things that they did in the DLC. You have to find they're like sealed off, and you have to like find the rocks that break the seal.
It looked like a little pupe.
It's not though.
I'm not speaking untruths. P-E-W-P, pupe.
Yeah, God. Pay attention. God, pay attention.
Contraption does not move. Why not?
How many seals need to be opened? What kind of seals, though?
All of them. Why will the contraption not move? We'll pull it again. Contraption does not move. I am confused. Okay.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Now it's working.
What did you do?
I used a magic.
Where?
I just used the magic.
What magic?
I just used the Margot's shackle.
Oh.
Which
what?
just like it just like explodes everything like in a certain area, and I just like cheesed it basically. But now the contraption shall move.
Well, I want to see what's up here first. Whoa! Well, it me because it like yeeted me over the fucking.
You're supposed to hop on the stairs. That's so funny. I
I
mean, it's not
know.
funny, but oh my gosh.
Mm. We're good. At least I died like right here. So
Yeah.
Where are
With the
my
pubes for the
rules?
apocalypse. Yeah. the 4 pubes of the apocalypse.
See, it didn't yeet me onto the stairs. It yeeted me over the fucking thing.
That's funny.
Rabbit's cannon. I got a rabbit cannon.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
thank God. Oh, thank God.
Good. Oh, good. Pull
Okay.
the lever, Kronk.
Wrong lever.
I'm coming down. Oh, it doesn't take all of my debris with me. That's a little sad.
Oh, the debris stays.
Debris is just floating.
All right, I'm going to sit at this grass, and I
grass?
just need a quick little go piss girl. So I will
Where-
be RB unless you want to take a 5.
Yeah, I'll also. Are you at this church district high road one?
Yeah, I'm the one that's right outside, y'all.
Okay.
Y'all.
Yeah, I'll take get some
BRP.
more waters.
Yes,
So we'll
everyone
just do
go
a
stretch your
5 minute-
legs. Go piss girls. Go piss girls.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I am back. Okay. Whee! Alright, so from what I remember, we can go in here and start this side quest, but then we have to go
Okay.
through
we are
here
big.
to here to here to do part of it, and then the other part of it's down here. You feel better
Driver,
now?
what clip?
I do feel better.
Driver, what clip? What clip is your OMG this clip? I have so many clips that could have been
My
OMG.
so
this
many
clip.
clips.
So many clips.
Okay. What is this? What's up?
Ah. Okay. That one. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Wait, we're going to
But
follow this road.
What's in that door though?
What door?
This door. In this other road.
What door?
There's a door.
Oh, this door?
This door.
This door?
This door.
Can we go in it?
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hot wieners?
In your area?
Hot wieners in your area?
Not in a while. Oh my God.
Call 1-800-HOT-WIENERS today to be matched up with a hot wiener in your area.
Heyo.
This is the back entrance to Shadowkeep.
What's Shadowkeep?
A dungeon. It's where
dungeon?
it's where big boss is. We can do. Caption does not move. Oh yeah, I think we go this way. That's right. I think we go this way. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's coming back to me. Coming back to me. Speedrunner strats.
All coming back to me now.
Speedrunner strats, guys.
Oh man.
To hosting wieners. No, it's still fingers because it's still Elden Ring lore, guys. Don't be silly. Come on. We don't have the mod. We can't change it. Alright. Just be careful you don't go too far or too slow.
Crab here. Excuse me. Crab.
No!
Did you die?
No, I didn't die. But it was very scary for a second.
Water? Oh god. I need to jump and not die? Okay.
Yeah. Imagine being intimate.
Imagine.
Imagine. Well, that's what I have to do. Is imagine. So.
I mean, same though. Somebody imagine. I can only imagine.
I can only imagine. I jumped, but I didn't make the jump. Okay.
Oh. Are you gonna try to? Yep.
I don't know how.
All.
I jumped, but I didn't make the jump
me?
the whole way. Imagine falling off the wall. Imagine playing Elden Ring live on stream for people to watch.
Imagine falling off. Who does that? Who has ever fallen off of a wall in? Oh, got him. I just lured 2 of them to their deaths.
I don't see your playthrough. 86 driver.
Oh shit! You just got called out.
I don't see your Elden Ring playthrough. 86 driver. Give me the YouTube link. I mean, I'll do it. No, you won't. No, you won't. You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare. I know how's game. Well, it happens to be on sale in the Steam summer sale right now. Boom roasted.
Imagine someone IRL in the same room as you. Fucking imagine though,
Oh
right?
my gosh, that's crazy. I have no extra money. See, you're just full of reasons.
Full of beans.
Full of reasons why you can't do it.
There's a tree.
All
in the
talk,
water.
no delivery.
All talk, no beans. You have steam now? Are you a steam powered giraffe?
Oh my gosh.
Go through the roof. The roof is full of holes.
Yeah, I think
Like your
we go in
story.
here. Oh jeez. Jeez
Oh
Louise.
god.
Nope.
There's so much gravity. Okay.
I know. You are cool.
Driver, you do not have to spend money if you cannot afford to spend money. We're just giving you shit. Do
Sure.
not feel obligated.
Sure. Gotta make an OnlyFans to pay for some video games. True.
Got it.
That's
Don't we
the
all?
only way people pay for
is, I
video
mean-
games, you know.
The only way I pay for
That's the only way people pay for video games.
I'm so scared. Stormhawk feather. That was so worth it.
You imagine it all the time. Aww. Gross.
$20 is $20. Correct. I don't give a fuck where it came from. Who's down there? Gross. Get fucked, crab.
Crab. Okay, so then you went this way, and then you went down. Down,
thing over there is
down.
Feather. You don't need it.
A fucking feather.
Feather.
A fucking feather.
Fucking feather. That door is locked.
It's fucking locked.
It's fucking locked.
You need a fucking feather. It's fucking locked.
It's fucking locked. I don't think the feather is gonna help with the locked door, but it could.
I need a
rune
fucking
of an
feather.
unsung hero. Uh-oh. What's happening, Ninja? Why are we throwing the moon? Oh, it's a man!
I like how she hears the moon and she goes, uh-oh.
I've got a Pavlovian response at this point. Moon.
Where is it? Who are we throwing moons at?
Why?
Why?
Why, moon?
Why?
Why?
Okay, so there's a Scadooch here, and I miss this jump all the time, and everyone just like jumps on it so easy, and I miss it all the fucking time. See?
Oh no, we both died!
Oh no.
All the men are gonna come back.
All the men.
All the men!
All the men.
All the men! Oh god, I'm gonna have to not die
Oh wait, they're
all
not
the
back.
way back.
They're not back. I think we died somehow far enough away from each other because the crabs just rolled dead in front of me.
God, oh my god, oh my god. How am I gonna make it back without dying?
Oh, it's muscle memory at this point. GG, come on.
Where? Oh god. Agnes, no!
I got stuck at the top of that corner and I needed to jump and I got stuck. Just get paid to work at a farm on Steam.
Driver! Oh.
Honestly though, I feel like somebody somewhere would give you money for that.
Oh my god.
Okay, this is where, see, like you get stuck here when you go to jump. Stuck. I lost my fucking runes. 150,000 runes. No big deal.
I'm so scared.
Hello Kitty Island Adventure. It is on sale. I saw that. There's a lot of good stuff on sale. I own the majority of the stuff that's on sale, and I'm like, nothing good for me. But I have a problem where I just keep buying games and never finish them.
Games. Who does that?
Who does something like that? Crazy.
Thanks for the fireworks directly outside of my window. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, same. Okay, so there's a Scadooch there, and I don't know how to get it.
Where? Where?
Alright, well I have no fucking runes now, so I'm just gonna go.
You're just gonna go for it?
Yep.
Where you at? Where are the Skadoosh?
I did it.
Is it down?
Yeah. I'm standing on it.
Okay, don't move. I'm coming.
I'm not moving.
I have to jump onto this beam again, I assume?
Yeah.
We're down?
Yeah, and then you go down in the hole again like you did last time. Yep. Then you keep
that's where
going
I
straight. Yeah, you go straight. And then you
Past
go...
the man?
No, to the turn. Past it.
Wait, that's where my runes are.
Oh,
I'm gonna get my runes first.
it's fine.
Hello, sir. Please don't kill me. You don't see me? You don't see shit. Over here?
Nope. Turn around. Hi.
Over here.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
You get the water?
Yeah,
Oh.
but you can jump on her hand. Right here.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, I'm sure I can. Right. Yep, there's a man there. Okay.
Oh.
No.
Good job. Oh, God. All right,
It
go
almost
back
happened
forward.
again.
Okay, let's kill this man. Ah,
Man,
hey,
who killed me last time. Ow.
Welcome back, man. I'm to throw the moon at you.
Ow,
I almost
ow,
said moon you.
Ow. I don't like this man and his keep seeking
Got
fire.
him. Oh, he just...
Fucking
Oh,
he dropped.
oh.
Okay. Honk!
Okay.
Barrett!
Oh, wait, we went... Wait, what? We're back here? Is this back? Is this forward? Is this back? What is this?
Because there's water. I can pull the lever. Contraption does not move. Okay. Well, fine. How goes the Elden ringing? Well, we're making progress. It's been a very silly stream.
No. It's fine.
There's an elevator.
Wait, I found a path.
Elevator. Path.
Did I have House Flipper in the past?
I haven't played House Flipper in forever because for
I
whatever
haven't
reason
played it in
the
a long
graphics
time,
don't
but yeah.
for me. I want to bring it back though. I really enjoyed House Flipper.
Oh, I almost died, but I somehow caught it.
Is there a thing I have to jump across?
It's like, it's a jump, but it's not a big jump, but like, I managed to catch it at
It's
the
a-
last second.
It's
Yeah.
a sneaky jump.
Yeah.
It's a sneaky hidden jump. Ooh, a thing.
I remember you playing it. Yeah, I did play. I played House Flipper in the past, but I didn't play it for. Oh, I found the water thing to drain it.
Water.
Yeah, I found the thing to drain the water.
Drain
Drain the water.
water. Cutscene.
Water.
What the?
Goodbye,
that for too long.
water.
Goodbye, water.
Goodbye, water. Everyone drink water.
Drink water. No comment. Oh, what? What are you not commenting on, driver?
Water.
Water.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
I just
Drink
drank
I just
water.
drank water.
Water.
Dur.
What are you doing?
Drinking water.
Water. Oh, it brought you with me. Hello.
Why did I go that direction?
What? Oh, okay. You didn't die though. Okay. Whew.
Okay. That is not. Something is fucked. Something is fucked up. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Nope, that's backwards. I can only go that direction.
Oh, your controller, you mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Everything is fucked. Everything is fucked. What is happening?
Okay,
is it
I
my
found you.
keyboard?
Yeah, did you put your thing on your keyboard or something?
If I unplug my keyboard, is everything fine? Nope. What the fuck is happening right now? It's also super lagging right now. Am I dropping frames at all? Is my internet fucking up?
No.
Oh, everything is broken.
I'll kick you. Hold on, I'll kick you.
I'm gonna restart my game.
Yeah. I'm gonna kick you so it's since you can't use any of your buttons or anything.
Kick me out.
Yeah.
I can do my D-pad buttons.
Okay, I kicked you
I
anyway.
just can't.
But I'm out of grace, so.
Okay. I'm just gonna restart my stream again. Not my stream. My game. Before I do anything else, I'm gonna, instead of having my game in the fucking... Oh. System. Return to desktop. Okay.
Desktop.
Let's try this again. Desktop.
Oh, excuse me.
You're excused. Yeah, I tried unplugging and replugging my controller like 3 times and that didn't fucking do it. Humidities.
No, it's gonna be so humidity.
I hate.
Well, I didn't think I could climb it. I definitely thought I could jump into that window. Instead of 60, that's a discount. It goes on sale for much cheaper than that too, Nikki.
Yeah, it goes on sale all the time.
Yeah. I think when I grabbed it, it was like $12.
Okay, let's see if that fixed it. Hopefully. Hopefully. Okay, I can run in circles now. We're good.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck happened, but that was crazy.
That's crazy.
Oh, crazy.
I have that game and I never beat it. I never beat it either, but I did enjoy what I played of it.
I do not have it.
There's a lot about it that I was like, that's weird. Interesting choices, but I also just enjoyed flying around on my broom, if I'm being honest.
Sure. Hello!
Hello.
I'm here.
Welcome back. All right, let's
Good
get our
rest-
Skadooch blessings, because we should have blessings.
Get skadooched. No?
Skadooch.
I do not have a skadooch. Maybe I just already did it. I think it's just that I already did it.
Maybe?
I have I'm 13k away. I'm gonna
Wait, what Skadooch level are you at?
6.
Okay.
And 5 Ash Blessing. Is that correct?
So you're like, it says like 7 and 5.
It says 6 and 5.
So how are you a Skadooch behind?
Well, remember I didn't get that first skadooch?
From the guy with the The bucket
very
or
first
the
one, yeah.
treasure chest.
I never got that one.
Hmm.
And
Okay.
it wasn't there, so
Okay.
it's okay.
We will figure it out. Where does this go?
Just need 13.
Oh, we came from here. Or I came from here.
Just gonna
Crypt of the
do that real
Necrodancer looks cute. Isn't that a rhythm game, though?
I mean, it says dancer in it, so I kind of assume.
Yeah, I think it's a rhythm game. I personally am not the best at rhythm games.
I haven't really done a rhythm game since Guitar Hero. But boy, oh boy, I was fucking dope at Guitar Hero
Were you?
back in the day. Yeah. See
That's
what
awesome.
happened? What happened was
What happened was...
my freshman year of college, Guitar Hero 3 came out, and I went with my roommate and her boyfriend and
What have I done?
oh no, and my boyfriend at the time, we went and picked it up as a midnight release. And then my boyfriend at the time made fun of me for not being good at Guitar Hero.
Oh, that's not very nice.
He wasn't a very nice guy. But, so I made a point to get better at it. And so I did. I got really good at it. I spent a very long time playing Guitar Hero. I spent way too much time playing Guitar Hero. And then I was better than him, and he did not care for that.
Oh, yeah, no, they don't ever want you to be better than them. They just want you to be better than you are.
No, they want you to be bad so they can make fun of you.
Well, yeah, but they claim
They don't want you to be better. They just want you to be bad so that they can make fun of you. And so he was stuck on medium difficulty, and I was fucking killing it on expert, and I was like...
Let's not say they. Well.
The ones who do that, the
that
ones who
do the thing that we are speaking of.
I
Oh,
did
here's an
not say all
elevator.
men. We're not fucking hashtag not all menning this conversation. There's a man. And by man,
I've got a crab.
Right. That's what I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
Got him.
Okay. So there's an elevator right here. Where does this go?
Elevator.
I kid. You better. The men. The men that we are speaking of, the men.
The ones who do the thing that we are talking about.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't do the thing that we are talking about, then we are not talking about you.
Oh my
this is
gosh,
back
that's
up.
here? That's
It's
stupid.
back up.
Okay.
You need to calm down. You're talking too loud.
You're talking too loud. Yeah, I know what that's like to want somebody. No, you have to be better than you are, but you can't be better than I am, because then I can't tell you that you're not good.
Right, exactly.
Right. But I know nothing about that. That definitely doesn't sound like anybody
No.
we know.
What's in here? Oh, is that a man? Oh, there's a man.
what's
He
that?
just did a very dramatic cape swoosh at me.
Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, we're going that way.
Oh,
I was
that's the way we need to go?
Yeah, that's
No,
the way
no.
we need to go. I was just looking at other stuff.
Oh, no. You're good. I didn't even go in the room.
Okay, good.
I kind of peeked in, so.
Yeah, I'm just looking. It doesn't look like there's anything else here.
I just saw the man from afar, and then he did a very dramatic swoosh at
The
me.
faraway man. Yeah.
Faraway man. I was like, is that a man? And he went swoosh, like Elphaba.
He's
And
like,
I was
I
like,
am
oh.
indeed a man.
You about to just belt out some defying gravity? So if you can't
I love how none of it was words.
And if I'm flying solo. Oh, hello, sir. Oh, there's skeletons now.
Oh, many crabs in here.
That sounds like a problem.
Okay, that's too many crabs.
In your head, it was the greatest song ever. Thank you. In your head.
Defying gravity jokes, that's awesome.
Zombie.
Zombie!
Beautiful.
Why are you using the moon?
Because there's because it does many splodies.
Like 7.
There's like a big does big splody.
It's true. I was like, what man is here? Oh god.
Why the moon? Why are you mooning?
Ah, who's here? Who are we fighting? Oh god, not again.
So really, like, there's nothing else in any of these little corridors here?
Can I jump through here? Oh, I should be able to. It is larger than me.
Yeah,
So
but
bullshit.
it's sometimes why is there more than one?
Why is the world shaking? Oh god!
Why is the world shaking?
It was!
It is, I know.
You with my blood shit. Shit, my blood.
Zoha.
Scope it.
Get
Where's his face?
stabbed
Where's his
in the
stupid
face.
face? I'm trying
Got
to
him. I
find
got him.
it.
I got him. I got him.
I was trying so hard, but I couldn't find his fucking eyeball.
Oh my god, he's still gonna explode even though we killed him. That's crazy.
Iris of occultation.
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 What you got? What you got on your body? What you got on your person? Some string? Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's the most important thing in the whole game.
So important. A smithing stone.
Cookery.
Smithing stone.
Cookery.
Cookery tree
Cookery.
in the old country.
Cookery. Wait, how do I get in here?
In a gumdrop jessery.
That is so far off of where I expected that to go.
I don't know what's wrong with me today, you guys. I'm sorry.
Wait, where does that go? Okay, that goes over there.
Make sure to follow for peak brain melting content.
Absolutely. Having a good time? Click that follow button. It's free.
Oh my god. Geyserbot knows.
And Alolan Muck in chat, though, in my chat.
Kerbegs.
Okay, I don't think there's anything else down here. I think we can go fight that man now.
That man and his skeleton bitches.
Yeah, that man and his skeleton bitches.
You're beautiful. Just the way you are.
Driver? Driver again.
Driver ain't got no balls.
Driver ain't got no balls.
Oh, he exploded me.
Wait, I haven't even made it back there yet.
Listen, it's not my fault.
No, I know, but now you're fighting?
Your balls are empty? That
Driver never has balls, I know.
I've heard that can happen. It seems like something you should get checked out. Oh, he's doing a very slow, dramatic walk towards me. It's great with the music. Da, 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 da. Hello? Oh, sure. You're just gonna throw fire at me now? What the fuck?
Fine, I'll just throw the moon at you.
I'll go throw some blood at him.
I'm throwing blood at you. Ow, ow. No. No. I'm gonna stab you with my sword. How does that sound?
Yes.
He's like, you want to stab
My
me
guy.
with your sword? I was stabbing with my sword.
My guy. Let's go. Okay.
My guy.
My guy.
No balls, no buddy. How do you explain that to your doctor? Tell him that your balls are empty. They'll take care of it for you.
Yeah, they should know what that means.
You should know what to do with empty balls. I'm sure they see it all the time.
They should know what that means.
They're expert at empty
Yeah.
balls. Although if you don't have any money, then you're not going to be able to see the doctor because America.
America for spacious skies.
America for spacious skies. That's the words. America.
Oh, an elevator. Where does it go?
What's in here? What's
You
behind
shouldn't
this
just go into random elevators, chat.
Ooh, I got a Fire Knight seal.
Like a seal, like a seal. I knew it. I knew it. Wait, where does that go? Is that supposed to go somewhere? The fuck?
See what the internet says you should do with empty balls? Ooh, there's stairs. And a down?
Yeah, the
How'd that go
elevator
again?
I think is the way we're supposed to go.
Oh, no, that's you.
I just turned around and I was able to see that on the multi-twitch for enough time.
You're just fucking up here. I thought it was a man.
Oh my god.
Oh boy. The best part was the best part of that is that I was in the middle of doing fucking seal sounds. This is GG with 0 blue juice. I know. Imagine.
Imagine.
Fucking imagine. That accent was so on point for the seal. Yeah, thank you. I didn't realize you were also fluent in seal, but I'm glad that you were able to pick up on the very region-specific dialect that I was using. I worked with a dialect coach to get to that level of skill. Oh, an elevator. Sorry. I was busy being shenanigans. Sorry.
Shenanigans. Oh my gosh. Wow, this goes
This is deep.
far.
Just 4.
Or.
We're going to fucking hell? Jesus Christ. Like ice.
What's this, Grace? Tree worship passage. What the fuck does that mean?
Well, this is where you go to worship trees.
Right, that makes so much more sense. Thank you for explaining it to me.
There's some fucking light or whatever. Why? Why is this happening?
Why does this not happen every day? Hours of guys.
Our scars.
Hours of guys.
R.
What? Oh, guys. I know where we are.
Are we in the tree worship sanctum?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how far
What is
away from
happening?
leveling are you?
Oh no. What is happening is my brain is currently broken. I am approximately 70k away. Should I use some things? And... Hold on.
Yeah.
Was it 70? Let me do some math. I don't trust my math. Nope, it's 80. I'm 80 away. Not a torch or a match in your inventory. 80. If I do, I'll do like 81 just to be safe. 50.
Okay. 50.
50. And then we'll do this 30. That's right. I keep forgetting. I don't need to rest to see what I need. I am 7. I need 7 more runes.
Lol.
That's infuriating. Okay. We make level 1. That's too much. The rest of guys.
Guys.
I want more. I want more stamina. Level 162.
Okay, so then how much more?
40-ish.
79. Okay, so I have 79. I need 86, so I need 7,000 more.
America's rune. This is America's rune. What's that? I could have used that one. That one's 80,000 runes. That's how many I needed. It's fine. America.
Okay, is this enough, or am I gonna need? Oh my gosh, it's not. I need like 400 more. Okay.
That's less infuriating than 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fine. It leaves me with only 193, so.
Okay.
It is big boss land.
I have 36 runes left. Are we ready?
What are we doing? Oh, this looks like a fight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Scadutree.
Skadooch.
Skadooch! Who are we even fighting? There's nobody here. Is it this? Is this gonna turn into a big yup? Hello!
Hello.
It's a big sunflower. Oh god. Very stinky. Ah! Oh. Okay.
Okay. We will try again.
We were doing very well, and
We
then
were
it
doing
fucking
very well.
hit the fucking ground. Oh, he makes. Oh, it's thorns.
Mm-hmm. Hello, please. Thank you.
Schmate.
Schmeck.
You done got booped on the head.
It's a crazy sunflower.
Easy.
Crazy sunflower man.
Oh my god, crazy. Somebody kapools.
Wacky, wavy, and flailing, inflatable sunflower man.
Mm-hmm.
Flailing, inflatable, and
Inflatable.
inflatable. Set that bitch on fire. Funny enough, fire is actually really strong against this particular boss. Wow, that's rude. I just got here. Sir.
Okay.
Sir! I just got here. Well, I'm dead. beautiful backstep, which I know you probably didn't actually mean to do.
I've gotten good at dodging.
Yeah, but the backstep means you can't be facing any, like, you can't be doing any direction. You just have to hit B. Oh. Well, then you are so super skilled. Backstepping is a super duper skill.
Although now I'm thinking about it too much.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Sorry.
I wasn't gonna lose. It's fine. I used two fucking flasks before I even got my mimic out, so you know.
Yeah, I walked in and he bombarded me with fucking
thorns. Little bitch. Sunflower ass bitch.
Sunflower ass bitch.
Bitch. Look. I'm so thirsty. I'm gonna drink my flask. I got scared.
Okay, got that one. Come on, why are you double thorning me? I just got here. Sir.
Okay. Oh. Whoops.
Oh no, already?
I got it in my head.
Oh no, did I do it? Did I do that?
Did I do that? I don't know.
I did it. I was like, there's no way she just meant to just backstep out of the way like that. Like that's such a ridiculous like skill. And she's like, no, I do it all the time, bitch. And now you
I did not say that.
You did. You literally like, sorry you're not good enough to backstep doesn't mean some of us aren't good enough to backstep.
Oh my god. You're putting words inside of my mouth.
No. They're just the ones that were between the lines.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Oh shit.
Oh shit. Hopefully it'll come in with us.
No. Puppy chow? That depends on what you put in it.
Oh gosh.
But it sounds good.
Oh, no.
Oh, fuck. Don't. I mean, to be fair, usually I backstep accidentally. Like when I'm trying
It's just
to
one of those
something.
things that people don't do like consciously very often because like I said, you have to not be facing, like you have to not be moving your joystick at all. You just have to like, so people just don't do it naturally.
Oh yeah. No. Fucking ground thorns, you whore. Blood. Would you like some blood inside of you? Oh, I know you're a plant. And plants don't bleed. Oh. Because I'd be all up in his business. I see where to stab you. I see where to stab you. Oh god. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god. I lived. I survived. I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm going to be dead. Oh no. Oh no. He's got lasers! Okay, I lived!
I was waiting
Get
for
back.
it. I was waiting for it.
That was funny. Listen.
No, it was good. It was good. I was waiting for it. That's when, because you were like, we did so good the first time, and I was like, mm-hmm.
Listen. I was proud of us, okay?
We did so good the first time. It's true.
These puppies. No, we said puppies, not dogs.
Okay, ready?
Yeah. This time I'm not gonna set my mimic off in here like a dingus.
Yeah, that's not the best idea. Shit. Come on.
Could you attack this man, please?
Fucking moon,
mimic?
please.
Ugh. Okay. I don't like that the thorns do blood damage.
Yeah.
That's kind of rude, honestly.
Only one of us can do blood damage, buddy.
It's me. Thank you. No, don't. Oh my god. Okay. I got the big bleed damage. And it murdered me.
Oh no. You said it hit
This
me.
sunflower was good.
Yeah, he kind of a bitch. Thank you.
I like how they made his little branch arms look beefy as fuck. Like, just the way that the branches are like twisted around, it looks like big hulking bulging bicep muscles. I'm like, this plant.
Yeah, it's a very beefy plant.
This plant works out. This plant lifts.
I mean, he seems like it, doesn't he?
We want to make sure that you know how much work this plant has put in.
He's doing this for you.
Here to pump you up. Pump me full of blood.
Oh fuck, that was poor timing. Thank you for being an idiot. Me. No. No!
Damn it,
I couldn't even hear. Heal. He's here to pump you up. He is. Pump you up.
Okay. Yep.
Oof.
Uh-huh. I got fucking... I didn't even know he could do that. Oh, no, gotta run from the light, gotta run from the lasers.
Run from the lasers.
Would you like some blood? Okay, I see. Okay, I see that you're mad. And I understand why you would be, but honestly, okay.
Yeah, why would he be an angry sunflower? Why?
We came into his house uninvited, honestly.
True.
And he's like, this is my house. How dare you?
These are my roots. This is where I
These are my roots.
build my home, my roots.
I did not give you consent to touch my roots.
Mm-hmm.
And we came in here and we were just touching his roots. And he's like, bitch. Do you show up with boots? Kicking his roots with my boots. Root boots.
Rootin' tootin' bootin'.
Rootin' bootin' tootin' scootin'.
Rootin' tootin' bootin'.
Gluten fruitin'.
Gluten fruitin'. Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
You did it again.
Sure did. Come on in, Mimic. Water's fine. She doesn't know how to open doors. She's a little bit dumb. Stop moving.
Shit.
Going. Oh fuck.
Yeah. Slam. Lasers.
Ow. Ow.
Come on, it went over his head. That's so dumb.
Shooting off more lasers. Like this bitch only does arm hits. But he's that meme of dudes who have like the biggest traps and like the skinniest little chicken leg.
Yeah.
That's 100% this asshole. Okay, I understand. Okay. Oh boy. Ross went skydiving for his 88th birthday.
That's crazy.
His 88th birthday. Why is your boss still working if he's 88 years old? He should be retired. Fuck him up, Peyton. Fuck him up.
Skadooch. Skadooch.
And he's back, and he's angrier than ever.
Shit. This time's that. No, get out of the...
I need to get out of the corner.
Out the corner.
I need to get out of the corner.
The corner.
The corner.
Oh no! He got me stuck in a corner. Mr. J.
Okay, let's get rid of this.
Love a good
This.
villain theme. I'm gonna
Let's do this
do a
one.
little crafting. I'm gonna do a little hefty fire pot.
Oh, some for ya. Some for
for
ya.
ya. A little bit for ya.
Some
Yeah.
for ya.
Yeah, let's do that. We're gonna craft like, I don't know, like 4.
For.
Because that's how
We'll
many I
craft
can hold.
4.
That's how many I can craft.
4. That's a good amount. 4's a good amount.
It's
Four
definitely,
seems like a really
four
strong
seems-
number.
like really strong number, yeah.
It's a real strong number. Yeah.
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 I don't know, you guys. I don't
No,
know.
you don't need to know or apologize for anything.
Hey, oh no. You're in
I did. I went in. I said, fuck this shit.
Wow.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
I was still crafting.
Okay, well that was just disrespectful.
Did you die?
No.
No, what a
Fuck you,
ridiculous.
hoe. Okay, I hate that spell. That sucks.
Oh. I don't like that he can make his thorns go wherever the fuck he wants.
He's the Scadooch.
No, he's the Scadutree Avatar. That means he's not even the real one.
He's not even the real one.
Not even the real.
He's a fraud.
Tried to fucking headbutt me. You tried to fucking. Oh, you successfully headbutted me. Okay, hold on.
No.
Anna.
Anna.
Hello, sir. Why are you so mad? Why are you so angry? Do you need to take a nap?
Do you need a nappy pie?
Eat a little nap.
No, 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 no.
No. Okay, I'm dead. I thought I could let you. Apparently, I still haven't gotten the. I get it. I'm dead. Stop shooting lasers at my corpse!
My corpse!
My corpse! My poor little corpse!
My runes! My corpse!
My so many runes! My 190.
My corpse!
My runes have been gone for forever.
Oh yeah, no, my runes have been long gone for sure.
Yeah. It's okay. It was 193. I
Oh,
think
I had
I'll
like
survive.
38 or something. Like, yeah.
I think I'll make it.
Okay.
Can I change?
Yeah, I was looking for an Ash of War. I don't have a fire Ash of War for real. There's no way. We didn't get the hot whetstone? Wait a second. We didn't get the hot whetstone. Hi, Dave. Welcome. How you doing? Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Oh,
Howdy,
hello!
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Oh,
Oh my god, don't. Oh my god,
Listen.
don't.
don't.
No, don't.
Oh no, it was get fucked. Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
Wait, where is it?
I'm a fire. Just kidding, Dave. Hello. It just didn't feel
okay,
right
hold on.
without
We
your
just need to make a little detour real quick. Because we didn't get the red hot wet blade, so I can't put any fire stuff on my katana.
The wet hot summer.
Yeah, wet hot American summer, exactly.
Wet hot summer.
The wet hot American summer, exactly.
Where are we going?
We're going to Impassable Great Bridge.
Which is in where?
I lied. We don't need to go to that one. We can go to this one. Chamber outside the plaza apparently works as well.
Can you pick me up some sour cream and onion Pringles, please?
I would like some nacho cheese Doritos, please.
Oh yeah, no, actually give me those instead. No, actually give me Cool Ranch Doritos.
Blasphemy.
Where is it?
It's in Caelid.
Hell. A will to live.
Okay.
Just getting some socks.
Travel to the okay. Once there, head out to the flamethrower enemies and take a right. This way?
Doritos and socks. Make sure you get nacho cheese for Pink and Cool Ranch for me, though, okay? I love when I spawn in and just immediately hear the sounds of death.
No, that's not fine.
I don't know. Oh my god, remember when these guys were like the worst?
Yeah, remember when this was like hard?
Oh, you're still alive? How the fuck?
He has like one single HP.
One entire hit point. That's what I get for not.
Okay, hold
like,
on. So it says Go to the... Yeah, hold on. Go to the flamethrowers and take a right. You should be face to face with another flamethrower. Yes, okay. Go past them and towards the tower. An abductor virgin will attack you. To the right. Once inside, find the wet blade on the floor and the soldier nearby the stairs. Oh, it's literally right here. I fucking see it. That's crazy.
A will to live on back order everywhere in the States.
That's wild. How did we fucking miss that?
Now I wonder if there's anything upstairs.
There's a boss in here that we haven't fought.
The boss?
Yeah. This is like a boss, like there's a boss that only appears like after you've beaten Radon.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and we just never came back after Radon.
Redonkulous.
Redonkulous. Alright, but we have the wet blade, so now we can put fire stuff on our stuff. But we should go back downstairs. We should fight these dudes. Easy runes, easy money.
Went to this mass birthday party family through, and your godmother, the aunt my mother chose to raise me should something happen, spelled my name wrong. Oh my god. Wee! Andy. Did they spell it with like a Y? Or did they do like your full government name?
Your full government name of Andius Pandius? That's crazy.
Full government Twitch name. Did they forget one of the underscores?
Dare.
Where are you? Oh, you're just right here. Oh, we're gonna murder this boss man?
Yeah.
Should we go full on?
Yeah.
That would be funny.
Oh yeah, with our... Yeah, let's do this too. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Hello.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. I feel so bad.
No, don't feel bad, because there's more.
I assume they used an E instead of an I.
Yay!
We did it!
Wow, I can't believe that we managed to do that. Thank you for the 20,000 runes game.
Oh, but now we have to worry about those 20,000 runes.
Do we though?
I mean...
Do we though?
I would prefer to not lose 20,000 runes, but... Actual first try, hell yeah. It would have been really sad if we had not beaten those guys.
Oh yeah, that kind of would have been bad. Alright, so now we can go back to the tree worship sanctum and we can put fire on our katanas or miladies or whatever it is that you want. I know you like your blood, but I'm gonna put fire on my katana.
Yeah, I'm gonna try it and see if I hate it. Where is it? There it is. Hashtag first try.
Wait, why is there still nothing on there? Do I have to alter it with a whatchamacallit? Ashes of War. None of these are... Oh, wait. I can do unsheathe and then put fire on. There we go. Duh. Unsheathe.
I can't put fire with my blue.
Oh, you probably... Oh, no, you can't. You can't.
And I don't have unsheath.
I mean, you could always do, like, any of the others. Like, you could do... Like, do you have, like, sword dance or double slash or anything like that?
Yeah. Oh my god. There's so many options. Okay, let's
Yeah. So, like... That's this. Okay. Okay, that's not bad. We'll try it.
Although the Ash of War isn't leveled up, but that's fine. Oh fuck, why is that selected?
I don't think the Ash of War needs to level.
Why?
Why what?
had my bow out for some reason.
Oh.
Did you just die?
I did die.
Okay, well, I guess it's just me.
You,
Hello,
you
sir.
can do it. You can do it. Yeah, look at the fire. Let's go.
Oh, why is... Oh, because I made all those flame pots. So my... Oh, my mimic gets my flame pots too?
Yeah. Your mimic gets everything in your inventory.
Okay,
And
well,
they
I've
get
learned.
unlimited, which is crazy.
That is crazy, because I only made 4. I haven't used any yet because I'm paranoid. I'm like, I'm gonna wait until the second phase, and then I'm gonna use my flame pots!
Flame pots.
Okay, let's try this again, but less terrible.
But less shitty.
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 We love crazy? No. No, it's crazy. I've never been crazy.
Ooh, switched.
Ow,
Okay,
whoa.
switch targets there.
I don't even have you selected. Okay.
Oh, really?
I was
Already?
Literally just running away. I hadn't even put my mimic out. I wasn't even looking at it. I do like the theme, the musical theme.
Yeah.
It's very cello. And
Yeah.
I love it. I love a cello heavy theme.
A little cello.
I love a little cello.
A little bit of cello.
Yeah.
A bit of cello.
It's delightful. Yeah.
What I touched.
Okay. We got this. This is the one. This is the
We've
time.
just been practicing, chat.
Yeah, we're still like we've been practicing this whole time.
Okay, cool.
Don't look at me. Don't even look at me. I don't want to see you. Ah! No, don't. Get. Oh. Listen, we're really good at practicing, okay? Oh. It's called a dress rehearsal.
Yeah.
No.
You always have to practice before the big show, guys. Come on.
You didn't? Could you imagine just going in without practicing?
That's just like a recipe for disaster.
Disaster. Okay, there goes my minute. Natural gavers. The most natural gavers. Well, everything I do is fire.
Yeah. Because you have fire affinity on your weapon now.
Ah! Okay, that went well. That went really well. And a
Oof.
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 I thought I had to use my ash of war to get the fire. But
Nah, it just has fire on it now.
no.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I'm a little tired.
Lay tired?
Well, then take a nap. Then fire the missiles!
Then fires the missiles. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do
Let's
it.
do it.
Sunflower seeds?
guys may-
Oh man, that does sound good, doesn't it?
You should do that to spite this bad. Be like, oh, you can't send them in 2 directions. That's not allowed.
Come on, back up.
Enjoy your brain jar time.
Good night, Glaze.
Good night, Grace. Good night. This guy's a little bitch.
Oof. I didn't know it was gonna hit me.
Did you die?
No.
Must have been my mimic. I just heard the sound of something being deadly. I think I did better with the blood, honestly.
Well, because the blood has a bit of range, and his face is actually what's like the weakest part of him. But the fire definitely does more damage.
Yeah. Well, and like the blood condition, I felt like I was just doing, I don't know.
You put it back.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm probably gonna. I just. We tried it. We tried the little like little fancy fire fish.
Okay. Glaze, you're pretty. But also don't say nice things to me.
She doesn't accept that. I've tried. Okay. Mommy times my shit. I just wish there was a way to do fire blood.
Fire and blood.
Blood. I'm gonna try fire and blood and poison. That could be fun. I bet that's not gonna do anything, but we're gonna try it.
Try it.
Try it.
Try it.
And grounded? Oh my
Uh-huh. You can't say nice things in my chat. It's against the rules.
Against the law.
Mm-hmm.
Get arrested. Ow! I wasn't even in the room!
He does not care.
Ah.
Shit, yeah. From books,
Is that
yeah.
grounded from books? Oh man.
Yeah, that's how serious it was.
It was very serious.
I think I got stuck on a tree or something, so I died.
Ow. Oh,
You're still on probation? It's true.
you fucking headbutted me.
Headbutted me.
Got headbutted. Headbutted.
But that did. Yep, that's the one. That's the one. But it. Hold on, before we go, I have to blow my nose real quick.
Okay.
Okay, I am ready.
Okay.
You didn't realize you're watching Looney Tunes? What do you think you've been watching all day?
But then again, what kind of shenanigans did you? Ow! I'm trying so hard.
Whoa, please, sir. Relax. I beg of you. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Rude. Just eat the moon so you get weak to magic, please.
Nom moon. So tasty.
Oh wait, it does like okay damage.
Yeah, that blood is good. When I don't die immediately. We don't die immediately.
Okay, hit him in the head. Oh no, we're not gonna be able to get to it.
Ah!
Oh, I got it. I got it. Okay.
Okay. Second phase, let's go. Kinetic's still alive. For now. Oh, she's dead.
Oh
did
no,
her
she
best.
died.
Who's that? Who's the cat? Oh, okay. There's no need for that. Oh, I was almost entirely full of health, and then I wasn't anymore. Great thoughts.
Oh shoot, that was too early. It's okay. We'll get this.
This is the one. This is the time.
This is the one.
Cozy thunderstorm. It sounds terrible. That sounds horrible.
Guys, Juju doesn't like anything, remember.
No, I'm scared of thunderstorms. That's that I don't like those. That they.
Well, you
they're
don't
scary.
like them.
I mean, that's fair.
It's too slow.
I didn't even hit you yet.
Okay.
I mean, fair. As long as it's not like the close thunder. Like, is it? You said cozy thunderstorm, so I assume that means it's like far off rolling thunder, the rumbly kind. That is almost acceptable.
Almost.
It's all rumbly.
Rumbly
I
in my
pretend
tummy.
It's so rumbly.
The Sunflower's very. He's very upset.
Have you been on a front porch on a hot night in the country in a thunderstorm? I have, and I was scared of it then too.
Oh my gosh. You don't know what you're missing?
I don't think you understand. I don't just not like it. I am frightened. Like, panic attack inducing frightened. I was scared it was a baby. Die?
No.
Okay. The music just cut out.
Yeah, no, it restarts because you came in.
Oh, okay. You may now challenge the area boss.
Like a bounce.
Like a bout.
Like a bounce.
Just lightning is my worst nightmare. Like I like fucking rain. I like a heavy downpour rain, but I don't ever get that without the bad stuff.
All right, Skadooch, let's go.
Sirens go off and you stay in your driveway with your hands. No. When we were growing up, my brother loves thunderstorms. He would go outside and take like lightning pictures, like photography ass shit, and I would go hide. What the fuck? I was behind a tree, you bitch! Oh,
That tree is now gone.
sure is. I was trying to go around.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What the fuck? Hi, Mock. How are ya? I'm fighting a very angry sunflower right now.
So mad. No. I'm dead. I'm really bad at dodging the thorns. I can do it sometimes, but you know.
So screw EA and Bioware, hey? Yeah. What now?
happened?
But yeah.
I mean, they've done a bunch of things, but what happened?
Which one specifically?
I assume EA because they acquired BioWare.
Yeah. Anthem servers are going down in 6 months. Oh, that sucks, dude.
I hate when they do that shit. Did I put my mimic out? Yes. Okay. Oh, okay. I am dead.
Okay.
Oh, bitch. I feel like I'm just getting worse right now.
Are you too CP?
Maybe. Let's get a few more tries.
Okay.
Maybe we can come back to this bitch.
Yeah, we can start this next week.
I have not been sleeping well.
It's all good.
And the fucking fireworks the last few nights
Yeah,
have not.
I understand that. But I will not be offended if when they give it a few more tries and call it.
Yeah, let's do like 5 more tries.
Okay.
Like, if you're gonna put a game out into the world, I don't see why you can't support it. Like, server space, server time is not that expensive.
Yeah.
Hunk. Don't. Alright, he is fully focused on me there. That's cute. Let's go upstate. Take a break. was in the middle of an animation, you bitch. Okay.
Damn. Just kept servers up. Yeah. Servers, I actually like I told Mock when Mock was playing it the other day, I replayed it just a few years ago with a bunch of my friends, and we had a real good time for the few days that we played, you know, and then they're like, no, we can't support it anymore. Sorry, bye.
Okay, new plan. Win. You're right. You know what, Farrah? I don't know why we haven't tried that yet.
Oh,
We've just
you
been
know what? You're
practicing
so
the whole
smart.
time.
You're
We've
so
just been
smart,
practicing, but
man.
It makes sense that we haven't been doing the right thing.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, have I been single-handing it this whole time? No. Ah! Mock, did they say when the servers are going down?
In like 6 months, he said. His head takes so much more damage than his roots do. This is so much easier to get in here.
Yeah, I just can't get to his head. I don't really have much range for my blood. My blood won't go. Ow. You can't.
Okay, get his
You
head.
got itch.
Okay, got it.
Whoa.
Okay.
Oh, I thought he was like... I have a cat.
Wow, on me. Great. And my camera doesn't want to spin around. There we go.
Hi, Angie. Stop. You're distracting me.
Well, there goes my mimic.
That was your mimic too?
Yeah.
Ah. Oh, there goes me.
Okay, there goes me.
Cat. She brought me another treat, another present. You're such a vicious hunter. You killed that plastic spring. You're so good. Such a good job killing and bringing me that plastic spring.
So brave and so strong.
So brave and so strong. Cat. You can't even tell. There's just a shadow. Here, you stay right here. I'm gonna murder and I'm gonna try to not scare you. Okay, thank you.
Do any of these also do fire?
She started doing this sometimes while I'm working too, where she'll insist on me giving her attention, and she'll just sit on my lap and smoosh her little face against my chin. Okay, so I'm gonna try to defeat this angry sunflower, okay? Oh, she's purring. I love her.
So slow
Ow.
there.
The thorns got me through the... I haven't even come in yet. And the thorns got me through the door.
Oh, that's fucked up.
That's so stupid. I literally got hit through the door. That is correct. This boss fight hates me so much.
This one's tough.
One is a timid baby and one's an asshole, but you know we all have our strengths and weaknesses. Yeah, that's like mine. Sophie's a menace to society, and Buckeye is a little scaredy, literal scaredy cat. A widowy scaredy cat.
Widowy.
Literally a scaredy cat.
Yeah, oh my god. Land.
Oh, I have like no stick. Oh. I did.
Okay. Oof.
Cat, your breath is stinky.
Shit. Okay. 2 more tries.
Yeah. I'm gonna switch out the poison just to blood. That ain't hardly. Oh my god.
Ain't hardly fair. Yep.
Change my shit real quick. Blood. Blood.
Blood. I crave blood.
I can't just stay inside because sometimes the thorns will get me through the fucking door. We've learned.
Oh my god, I got hit with the body of the sunflower.
Turns out you can't heal in the middle of the thorn attack.
No.
That's when
Because
the
it's like a 2-part attack.
Yeah. I had already pressed the button though when he put his hand.
Yeah,
in.
unfortunate. Unfortunate.
I want to give him one more try.
Yeah.
Okay.
Last try tonight, guys.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm a
Because we're
bitch.
getting eepies.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. Don't apologize.
Going to the right this time. I feel like going to the left only causes trouble.
Oh, I can't attack him while that's happening. Shit.
Yeah. You're going to get away.
What the?
Well, you know what? It's only right that we both went out at the same
Yeah,
time.
we'll start nice and fresh next weekend on the flower.
So fresh and so clean.
So fresh and so clean.
So fresh and so clean.
All right, I'm going to round table.
One more time. No.
One more? No. No. We're sleepy. We're just getting sloppy because we're sleepy.
Yeah, I'm playing real bad right now, you guys. 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm tired. No,
It's okay. It's okay.
I know, Nanya. So eepy.
So eepy. Yeah, sometimes really it just like you'll be like halfway into your game and you'll be like, okay, suddenly I have no more energy and I cannot do this anymore.
Yeah.
Wait, how does anything work anymore?
No EPs? No. No, we don't pressure. You can pressure me, but we don't pressure Gigi.
Boundary. No Gigi pressure.
Yeah, you can't pressure Gigi.
At least not without being in my chat. And
Yeah.
even then, I'm gonna say no.
And even then, she's still gonna say no.
I'll say no.
All right, get out. I kick you. Get out.
Hey, goodbye.
Goodbye.
I'll never forget you.
I'll never forget you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye. Like the Barbie flight attendants at the end of Toy Story.
Yeah.
Was that what you were doing too?
Yeah. Goodbye.
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 So goofy? No.
No.
So serious.
I've never been goofy in my life.
I am the most serious.
Serious. Only serious.
Serious we.
Only the
Serious.
seriousest.
Who's online?
I know, I'm looking as well.
Sophie's like, mother. You know that you are tired.
Honestly, I might not even raid out.
Yeah, I don't really have anybody. There's
I mean, I have like,
cyber-
there's a couple people, but I'm just like, now that like, it kind of, the tired also kind of just hit me as well, and I'm just like, shit, no, I don't really want to sit in somebody's fucking chat. So.
This feels like too much work.
I know, it kind of just feels so much, yeah, it feels like a lot of work. But, alright guys, we're gonna try to finish the Red Dead Undead tomorrow. Red Dead Undead.
I don't know. That streamer sounds pretty lame.
GG, good games. Good games. Yes, I am. I just like suddenly hit me. I don't know what the heck. I'm suddenly really tired as well.
It was EP time. I've
Yeah.
heard that the GG streamer doesn't even know how to play Elden Ring.
Wow. Could you imagine? That'd be so embarrassing.
I know.
That'd be so embarrassing. Not knowing to play.
Imagine.
No howing to. That's what I know. That's what I know. I'm done.
No
All right,
howing.
guys. Good night.
Good night, everybody. I love you very much.
Okay.
I'll see you maybe on Monday. I might add another stream on Monday because to make up
Bonus
for last
stream.
week. But no promises. But keep an eye on the Discord. We'll see.
We'll see. Okay.
Bye.
I love you all.
Goodbye.
Night, goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Ah.
Goodbye.